but forever will not follow me. Baby, you'll see, just words will not carry me. Darling, crazy, the feelings that we're forced to say. Yeah, yeah. Must be that love, the love that I've been waiting for, darling. Lord of mercy, see, even if you're lonely, I'll be, girl, I'll be waiting at your door, darling, 'cause there is something that I have to say now. If I'm the one, oh girl, that's such a fair to show to me, baby, I see the time to take your love from me, darling, crazy, how I turn and then I let you stay. Yeah, yeah. What is this thing? 'Cause I don't know no more with you, girl. See, I don't know what love you bring. Yeah, and then you run away, pop up later, wanna play. What is this thing? Girl, 'cause I don't know no more with you, girl. See, I don't know what love you bring. Yeah, and then you run away, pop up later, wanna play. What is this thing? Oh, girl, to me. What is this thing? Oh, girl, for we. What is this thing? Oh, girl, to me. What is this thing? Oh, girl, for we. What is this thing? Ooh, yes. What is this thing? Give me more. Oh, darling, what is this thing?
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Die sombran Zeiten mag et zu ita saluda antes diu niga Ratzalzan malak estrezas durante todo a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues Attensan ni bandera kau esta pagua pumalalapa gilog tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi
Fanogita moru purita nota kantai matu nanyagi todu ilugat parai honra parai gloria abibais la sin parat parai honra parai gloria abibais la sin parat todo y tiempo y paz para hita dan gini langit na bendition Conchai piligu na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Conchai piligu na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon have that feeling, the memory of our land. So here we go now, here we go. Here among the music, here we go now, feel the flow. Yenene mastakilo, hina soku. Yenene mastakalo, ikurason. Then imas figu, nani nasinyahu, who fresh in my sadu. Parabaputehi, then defendi. Hinengi, cultura, lenguaje. Airi, hano. Zanitano tamoru, yes, yes, yes. Zanitano tamoru, yes, yes, yes. Shaku, la 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 la. Did I to get into stop that? 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 SD who what been mine? Ihilo, Zani Biblia, Ibandera who? Ibandera Mohan, yes, yes, yes. 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 Ibandera Mohan, yeah. Mastakilu, hina soku, kinini mastakalo, ikurason hu, then imas figu, nani nasinyahu, who fresh in my sadu, parabaputehi, then defendi, hinengi, cultura, lenguaje. Tamoru, yes, yes, yes. Tanitano Tamoru, yes, yes, yes. Ni shaku, la la la. Did I to get into stop that? Did I to stop that? Did I to get into stop that? Did I to get into stop that? Yes, the who, what with my ihilo. Tani Biblia, Ibandera who, Ibandera Mohan, yes, 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 Ibandera Mohan, yes, 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 Ibandera Mohan, yes, yes, yes.
You guys ready?
Mohan, yes, 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 Ibandera Mohan, yes, 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 Ibandera Mohan, yes, 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 Ibandera Mohan, yes, yes, yes.
Good morning, Guam. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning, Christopher.
Good morning, Jason.
Good morning to a lot of people. You know, people realize that Sina, every time when we play that song, a lot of people say that's our favorite part of the day. That is truly a blessing that we are having. And fittingly, we also have good morning from Gina Benitez, who says good morning from Blessed Bakery. So it's all about blessings this morning.
Right.
Good morning to Mooning.
Let's go here. Good morning, Team Breeze. Ron Castro writes in on our K-Wave News Facebook Live feed. Good morning, Ron, and good morning, Team Breeze.
Good morning, Tumon.
Good morning, Chris's phone, which is producing feedback.
Sorry. Okay, I turned it down. Sorry. Needs Mania rewrites. Good AM from a stumble.
Teresa, Napati, writes half a day Guam from Surprise, Arizona with Jen Pennington.
Half a day and good morning to our friend Nook coming to us from Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Once again, airborne.
Eloise Early writes, good morning, Guam.
You can never say airborne. That's airborne.
Say it with your chest. Good morning, Guam from Columbus, Ohio. That's coming from Eloise Early. Jesus Frontada writes, Banana Sidus, get in Kansas.
Whoa. Have you guys ever been through Kansas?
Yes.
Very flat, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, no hills whatsoever, and it's just all flat land.
It's flat, just like Oklahoma.
That's where my mom's at. And every time I hear Kansas, I always think about that dog Totu.
All right, Anita McHale, Roadrunners in the house.
Well, okay, you know what? Let me see if we can get a shot of me because I wore Skechers today. I can't do it. There's no place like home. There's no place like home.
Robert Crisostomo, good morning from Ipan, Talafofo, God's country. Melissa Metabusan Flores, good Oceanside, California. Linda Outcalt, half a day, missing Guam and my Inarahan days, now in Anchorage, Alaska.
Half a day to AJ Sablan, who sends us greetings from the Anderson Fire Department.
Janice Jimenez writes, good morning, Tautau Guam, coming from Brandon, Florida. Stay safe and be well, my home.
Damoa and Luta writes, Buenas, Tautau Marianas.
Well, Glenda Delphin, we got another person from Ohio. We had a half a day from Columbus, so that's Buckeye country. Shout out Ohio State. And we have Ohio in general. Congratulations, you guys. LeBron won another championship.
Jane Pareto Sasai writes, it's Kudu Day in New Hampshire. Wow, New Hampshire. Good morning, New Hampshire.
New Hampshire. New Hampshire.
Good morning. Guam from Killeen, Texas. That was from Annie Bonds.
What else we got here? Jocelyn Luan Mendiola writes, good morning, Chris, Bree, and Jason from Agate Town.
Okay, sorry, since you were mentioning New Hampshire, I have another food challenge for you guys. Are you guys, when it comes to clam chowder, right? Are you guys Team New England clam chowder?
Yeah.
Or Team Manhattan clam chowder? I love Manhattan clam chowder. That's good
My
stuff.
philosophy on clam chowder, Jason, if it ain't white, it ain't right. I love the creamy, the potatoes.
But if it's red, you sleep well in bed.
If it's red, get it out of my head.
Dude, Manhattan clam chowder is good, man.
We have Gene Camacho writes, Buenas from Pica Machinao. AJ Sablan again from the Anderson Fire Department. Joseph Cananta, good morning. Fort Worth, Texas. Listening while standing in line to early vote. There you go. Get out and vote.
Yay, nice job.
John Bucat, good morning from Inarahan.
Sherilyn Mendiola says, hello from Oahu, Hawaii. And we actually have a really good interview coming up with the president and CEO of the Hawaii Tourism Authority. That's tonight on Info Zoom. Really, really good stuff.
Wow, that's cool.
Needs Mani Ari writes, good AM from Stumbo.
Christina Hokog writes, good morning from Manilao. What else we got here? Brandon, Florida, checking in. Dora Marie Fegger and Jeffrey Ojeda. Good morning from Laddie Heights.
Eliza Anderson says, good morning from the USS Never Move.
Linda Outcalt.
Is that a joke?
I don't know. Linda Outcalt writes, Hafa missing Guam in my Inarahan days, now in Anchorage, Alaska.
Ooh.
Talaper Vesgal writes, good morning, Guam and staff of KUAM. Be safe, Guam. Ellen Chargalov, good morning, KUAM. Thanks for having our 6. Hey, you got it. We got your 6, your 7, and your 1.
And also, good morning to my Auntie Pumpkin and Uncle Tony in San Diego. They write, good morning, Brina, Chris, Jason, again from San Diego.
Hi, Auntie Pumpkin.
Streaming.
Want to say good morning to Inarahan, Malolo, Umatag, Molesto, Agate, Santa Rita, Ipan Talafol, Palantat. Also, let's head over to Orta Chalampago. Good morning.
Well, checking in. And see, this is a proper Facebook user. Lisa lists herself. She's got her last name first name last. But she says, Akininuk. Lisa says, Hafade and good morning from Laddie Heights.
Nice.
Nice and breezy up there.
Jean Leon writes, Hafade and good morning to my Chetlus and the KUAM crew watching from Wailuku, Maui.
Hey.
Also, good morning, Agania Heights. Good morning, Agania. MTM, good morning. Petey, Acid, Adelup, good morning. Now I got to say all the villages because I messed up. And said, yeah, so good morning, Guam.
Good morning, GPD, GFD, GMH, the
Customs,
SIF, the COVID isolation facility.
Hey, Hafide, and good morning to all gas station attendees. Again, night watchmen, security guards, if you're working in a supermarket and everything like that, you guys are really busting your butts, and we appreciate it.
If you're slanging empanada and buchi this morning, good morning on you.
Good morning if you have helped your friends and family or your neighborhood, your community spiritually. If you are hosting, rosaries or you're saying stuff like that, you're giving people a sense of peace. So you're a hero too. Absolutely.
All right, we ready to get into the news?
Oh, are you ready? It's 6:28. The show is proudly brought to you by Carrier at 647 Cool, Calvo Enterprises, and ITD, and the Thrive Coalition, where we remind you it takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. At 6:29, coming up on the show this morning, as always, it's jam-packed, as we have got some crazy news last night. 96 positive tests. The test positivity rate over 13% for the last 7 days. So we will be talking with Dr. Ho Wen from the Physicians Advisory Group. We're getting public health on later in the show. We got John Fernandez, GDOE superintendent. He's got a chart and some graphs that, and it's based off a CDC formula for reopening schools. And so we'll talk to him about that. Also, the Great Guam Shakeout is happening tomorrow. And we'll get Jenna Gamindi Blas from Homeland and Civil Defense to come on and talk about that. We're going to go behind bars, but don't worry, you can get back out again. Major Anton Uggan from the Department of Corrections, and we'll start with our first guest in a few. Monica Broussard is quarantined, and she'll share her story right here on the link. 9 o'clock, KUAM News, Decision 2020. Our candidate interviews continue. Republicans Frank Blas Jr., Democrat Frank Leon Guerrero, and Dominic Hernandez on the Republican side. That's going on at 9 o'clock, 6:30. Again, it's the link. We're KUAM FM 93.9 on the breeze. Time now for a look at news with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Matanani.
Hafide, everybody. Guam recorded another COVID-19 related fatality. A 50-year-old man passing away at around 3:15 yesterday at the Guam Memorial Hospital. According to the Joint Information Center, he had underlying health conditions that were compounded by COVID-19. He was admitted to GMH on October 10th and tested positive upon admission. As for the latest numbers, out of 678 samples ran through various labs, a total of 96 returned positive. This brings Guam's overall COVID case count to 3,266 people who have been infected with the virus since March. 1,105 cases are active, while more than 2,100 island residents have recovered, and there have been a total of 61 deaths. As for hospitalizations, 59 COVID patients are hospitalized at GMH, 11 are receiving ICU level of care, and 4 are on a ventilator. There is 1 patient hospitalized at the Guam Regional Medical City and 2 patients in ICU at Naval Hospital in Agana Heights. Meanwhile, the Jigo Mayor's office has been closed until further notice because a staff member's exposure to a confirmed case of COVID. The mayor's office is working closely with public health to ensure staff are tested and cleared before returning to work. There will be no interruption in meal delivery services for Manumco. Additionally, another GDOE employee tested positive for COVID. The employees from George Washington High School was identified through contact tracing efforts. There are now COVID positive cases at the global dorms. It's a new issue that Catholic Social Services is now faced with as they continue to provide a safe shelter to Guam's homeless. Tyler Mazzanani reports.
Providing Guam's homeless with a second shelter has been an ongoing effort throughout the pandemic, but recent positive cases has raised even greater concerns. Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio.
We had a positive case in the last week. There's additional positive cases. I've just been told. I don't have the details yet, but I'm assured that positive cases have been taken to isolation, and I know that the National Guard has an operation to sanitize.
According to the Lieutenant Governor, Catholic Social Services has also increased their monitoring efforts in preventing visitations to global dorms. The recent number of positives at global dorms adds to the ongoing concern about the rising number of positive cases and hospitalizations at GMH.
The virus is out there. The minute that you have a symptom, please go to your private provider or public health and get tested. Don't take it for granted. Those that are sick, that are having problems, I would just say, monitor your oxygen levels. Don't wait till it's too late. Come more sooner than later so we can get you the help.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm
The military has announced an easing of pandemic restrictions effective immediately. Anderson, the Naval Base Guam, and Marine Corps Base Camp Bloss will transition to Health Protection Condition B. Joint Region Mariana spokesperson Lieutenant Commander Rick Moore said the change is due to a steady decline in COVID-19 cases within DoD from its peak on August 29th. He says HPCon B more closely aligns with GovGuam's current P-Core 1 Safer at Home advisory. However, Joint Region Marianas announced additional mitigation measures to include mandatory face masks on and off base and appropriate social distancing. Access to bars and indoor dining is also still banned. Outdoor dining is restricted to members of the same household. Military personnel are also required to remove themselves from any social gatherings where COVID-19 mitigation measures are not being observed. It's been nearly a month since the start of the Quarantine Chronicles in Judge Elise Iriarte's courtroom, and while passengers continue to challenge the government's mandatory quarantine order, a majority of the petitions are now being filed through the Public Defender Corporation service. Meanwhile, the Attorney General also continues to file petitions upon each arrival on behalf of the Public Health Department in order to authorize quarantine or isolation. A hearing yesterday lasted only a few minutes as no travelers requested to file petitions. However, alternate public defender John Morrison says they're aware of the free legal representation. The latest on a class action lawsuit brought by local business owners against Governor Lulian Guerrero and Public Health Director Art San Augustine. Lead plaintiff Thomas Pinehoff argues in district court that his constitutional rights to operate a business are being violated because of the government's continued lockdown. Representing the defendants, the Attorney General's office has moved for dismissal, arguing, among other things, that the petitioner has failed to state a claim for the relief he's requesting. According to court documents, the government can implement emergency measures that curtail constitutional rights as long as the measures have at least some real or substantial relation to the public health crisis. The AG concludes that the measures taken to prevent the spread of COVID-19 are constitutional, and Mr. Pinehoff's complaint should be dismissed. In the wake of soaring unemployment and mounting business closures, the Chamber of Commerce today is holding what it calls a community rally to show support for the reopening of the local economy. Chamber Chairperson Christine Boleto says it's not against any decisions or political figures, but more so to come together as a private sector community and show solidarity and ask those in office to remember them and that the private sector needs help. Basically, the chamber wants to send the message that the business community can and has operated safely and that businesses should be allowed to operate at full capacity in order to survive during the tough economic times. The rally is scheduled to get underway at 9 a.m. today from the GPO parking lot. The motorcade will proceed at the Adelup intersection. Their vehicles will turn around and head to the Guam Congress building for a peaceful rally ahead of session. The chamber says it will make sure participants follow social distancing protocols. In national news, the introductions are over. Now, Judge Amy Coney Barrett is facing senators' questions about her judicial philosophy and how she could potentially rule if she's confirmed for a seat on the Supreme Court. Skylar Henry reports.
Well, let me begin.
Right out of the gate, California Senator Dianne Feinstein's first questions focused on Judge Amy Coney Barrett's views on abortion.
Do you agree with Justice Scalia's view that Roe was wrongly decided?
Senator, I completely understand why you are asking the question, but again, I can't pre-commit or say, yes, I'm going in with some agenda because I'm not.
Democrats are also focused on the Affordable Care Act. The Supreme Court has an upcoming case about the law's future.
President Trump has made it crystal clear. He's promised that his nominees would overturn the ACA.
Let me be clear. I have made no commitment to anyone, not in this Senate, not over at the White House, about how I would decide any case.
Senate Judiciary Chairman Lindsey Graham has scheduled a committee vote on Barrett's nomination for later this week, even before her hearings have wrapped up.
I will do everything I can to make sure that you have a seat at the table, and that table is the Supreme Court.
President Trump has said he wants Barrett on the bench in time for the election. Democrats say she should recuse herself from any high court ruling about the election.
Justice Ginsburg, in explaining the way recusal works, said that it's always up to the individual justice, but it always involves consultation with the colleagues, with the other 8 justices. So that's not a question that I could answer.
So far,
can you hold up what you've been referring to in answering our questions?
Judge Barrett has been answering questions without the use of any notes. Skylar Henry, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
And finally, starting this Thursday, the Department of Revenue and Taxation will accept income tax returns by drive-through drop-off at its main office in Barrigada from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Drive-through drop-off service available for income tax return filings only for those filing with either no payment required or with check payments only. Income tax return filings requiring credit card or cash payments must be paid at the Treasurer of Guam, at the ITC building, or online. All other services remain by appointment only or by Dropbox. Individuals availing DRT's drive-through drop-off services must remain in their cars and must wear face masks. Filers will be directed to DRT's drive-through drop-off area. If you have any questions about filing, you can email PINadmin, that's PIN admin at reventax.guam.gov. You can also call DRT's call center at 635-1840 or 635-1841, 42, or 1857. But please take note that DRT is experiencing high call volumes. We'll have more on the link after the break.
Help slow the spread of viruses with Carrier's OptiClean air filtration.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
We have just one voice representing us in Congress, one person to advocate for all of our needs and tell Guam's story to the nation. That's why I'm running to be Guam's next delegate to Congress, to serve as the kind of representative you deserve. But what does a vote for me guarantee? It's a vote for someone who can tell the Guam story. Our sacrifices, our struggles, and our triumphs, and why we matter to America. It's a vote for competency in securing more resources from the federal government, not but because we are vital to the country. It's a vote for trustworthiness. Integrity and trust are not optional when representing you. They are required. I thank you for allowing me to serve Guam before, and I humbly ask you for your vote again. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information
What are the
you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
If only I had the world, I'd give it all to you, babe.
Kids from Chuk KFC. Little KFC for breakfast.
Said I'm about to leave.
The 644, the link, it's the breeze. Good morning. Good morning, Facebook. Hey, so many ways to catch the show. We're on KUAM TV, of course, on the radio. Great to be back on the radio. KUAM FM 93.9, the breeze. Also, we're on KUAM.com, the KUAM News app. There's a stream there on Docomo Channel 10, I believe. And right here on our Facebook live feed, which is Edward Armour Award winning. Thank you to all of our viewers, questioners, commenters. At 6:45, let's go ahead and get the show started with our first guest, who is chiming in from Quarantine Central. Monica Broussard. Followers of the link might remember Monica. She was on the show, I want to say it was about 2-3 weeks ago, Monica?
Correct. 3 weeks ago.
Right. And so her daughter had a surgery out in Hawaii. And so we spoke to you while you were in quarantine in Hawaii. And now we're speaking to you while you're in quarantine on Guam.
Yep. Quarantine part 2.
Quarantine queen.
Quarantine queen.
As a matter of fact, I think I'm going to make me a certificate of completion. So when I get out of here, I'm going to post it.
You've earned your
28 days total. Yeah. But I'm still good. I'm still smiling.
You've earned your quarantine badge.
First, how's your daughter?
She's good. She's up. She still has pain, but she's not in the same pain as she was prior to all of this.
Wow.
So, but she's actually, honestly, I'm very surprised with her because she's got really good spirits, given everything she's gone through. As a matter of fact, she's still doing schoolwork.
Yeah. That so.
You couldn't get an exemption?
She's right there.
Did you try and get an exemption? Hi, Nan. Good morning.
Hey. Good morning.
Good morning, Guam. Where are you at? Nan, are you at Adusit? Where are you at?
Well, I will tell you this much. There is no exception If you've never been in quarantine, I will tell you, judging from this list that they gave you and you sign, there's no exception. You could come in, even if you are a dialysis patient, they have on the paperwork that they give you, they'll transport you and bring you back to the quarantine until you get tested.
So did you come in with a test, Monica?
If you get tested prior to coming in, that's not accepted.
Wow. So that's
Really?
interesting because there's a little bit of there's some confusion here because I know some people who were never in quarantine and they got an exemption. So you just tell so your daughter had surgery in Hawaii, right? She came back and
at Straub. She was actually at Tripler. They brought her to Straub and then back to Tripler for recovery. Here's a crazy thing. When we got in and we landed here, it was around 8:30ish. You're just coming in, and honestly, at that point, I felt like just a number on that flight. They never asked us why we were returning, what's your health state, nothing. There are health officials there when you go get your bags, but they're just there to hand out your health clearance. It's called a health clearance now. And just that, you just go, you line up with everybody. I mean, there are people that look distraught. There are people that were barely walking. There are people in wheelchairs. But, I mean, they'll tell you, go to this line, go to this line. I did mention to somebody is an official of Gov Guam. I said, hey, we came back from medical. My daughter just had surgery. And do I get to go in that line where I see all the people in wheelchairs and everything? He's like, no, go to that line. She's not a baby. I was like, okay. And then after we were lining up, he's like, oh, you just had surgery? Oh, let's go to this line. The process in itself, I really, really, I hope that the government officials are watching this right now and listening. The process is broke. You would think after almost 7 months, something is figured out. I was on the flight for almost 8 hours. There is a manifest with all of our names on it. And I know this because when I turned in my health paperwork, I saw my name. I don't understand up until this point why it takes almost 4 hours to get to a room from the time you land.
Monica, so let me ask you this. There's a process to fill out a bunch of paperwork from the public health website that for the exemptions. So did you do that? Because I'm just kind of struggling with this because we got strong, healthy UFC fighters getting out of quarantine. We got, strong, healthy congressmen getting out of quarantine. And then here we have your daughter just got cut open in Hawaii and they gave you the cold shoulder. So it's really inconsistent. And it seems like the little people, if you don't have any connects, then sorry.
Correct. Remember what I told you, my last name ain't nothing. But even at that, it's ridiculous. If you should have had 8 hours to prepare for this. Everything is handwritten. And then after all of that process, you get your voucher and then you go and you sit down for a few more hours waiting for a bus to transport you, only to come to the quarantine site to wait again, get in line. By the time we got up to our room, it was about midnight or past midnight. That is, with that, it's just crazy.
Right.
It's crazy. And I will tell you this. I have to say that the guardsmen and the reservists, I have to say they worked really hard. I will tell you, they were set up for failure. There was no public health person on site at that time to answer any questions. If I had a question, all the guardsmen said were, I'm sorry, you'll have to refer that to a public health official. They're the only ones who can answer it. What was that? Yeah, and they came later on in the morning. I don't understand that process. Everybody I spoke to, I have to tell them that my daughter just came back from medical. She's also got some other issues, underlying issues. We both have health issues. I'm not complaining. I get it. with all the rising numbers, I get the need for this quarantine. I just think that they need to better the process, because you would think by now, at least when we land, oh, okay, may I see your ID card? You're Monica Broussard. Here is your voucher. Let's get you on the bus so we can get you down there to the quarantine site. But no, that's not how it happens at all. And here's another thing I saw. When we were getting down after immigration, there were people separating different ways. And I'm like, okay, is it because that person has special privileges? I thought that once you land, everybody goes on this mandatory quarantine. Regardless of who you are, it should be done. And for those people who are up there making all these decisions, if you've never done this, you know, and I don't think you'll ever do it because you're exempted. This is not something for someone with mental health issues. I will tell you that much. I have to say, throughout this whole time, this is my second quarantine. I didn't choose to be in quarantine. It happened because of our situation. But I'm good. I'm in good spirits. I want to help people. I want people to know what to expect. As a matter of fact, when I get out of here, if you're in quarantine, hit me up. Look for me on Facebook, whatever you want. And if you need someone to talk while you're in here, call me. Call me and I'll try to do my best to walk you through it. Because you're here, this is not your house. You're not comfortable. I've spoken to a lot of people on the flight here, and it's very disheartening to know that a lot of these people are coming back to bury loved ones, coming back to sick people, coming back from being sick, and they have to come to this and not anything else, you know? I don't get how people get tested positive and then they get to go home and self-isolate or whatever you want to call it. But when you're in quarantine, you got to go home. The moment we got on that bus, I felt like I was going to a penitentiary. It felt like you're a prisoner. It felt like I said, you're a number and that you're being driven to a prison site, and I felt alienated. It's crazy. They need to fix the process.
Yeah.
Monica,
don't have a problem. Yes.
When you arrived, you said it was 4 hours at the airport. Were there like hundreds of people that came in with you, or were waiting?
No. I even took pictures. I took pictures of how you just
Send
there.
Send it over,
wait.
Monica.
How many people would you say were there?
The flight wasn't even full. There were people who were able to stretch out on all the different seats. That's how full the flight was. Not even full.
What about at the airport? Because I'm trying to figure, why would it take 4 hours? Was there a lot of people at the airport when you arrived?
No, it was a 4-hour process, landing and the hotel. The airport, I think by the time we left there, was 2 hours. We waited at the airport for 2 hours. That's a very long time.
Right.
Very long time.
So 2 hours at the airport and then 2 hours in line at the quarantine facility.
Yeah, it's between that whole transitioning. It's just crazy. Wow. It's I don't know. I don't get it.
You know, it's interesting.
I sat there.
I'm reading the emergency hardship on Public Health's website, and it says persons arriving in Guam who do not qualify under any of the aforementioned exemptions may request for emergency hardship status due to the following: a family emergency, a serious acute medical condition, a behavioral health condition, a recent medical procedure or surgery.
But you're not given the exemption. So you read the website and it tells you all of that. You're not given the exemption. You're still brought to the quarantine. What happens is they put you in the higher category of testing. And the whole thing with being tested on the 6th day. So they call you here on day 1 and they tell you, okay, on the 6th day, here's what they don't say is that it is based on availability. Every day here, they always have incoming flights. So on every one of those flights, again, there are people who move up in the different categories. So if your category is not an emergency, then you're gonna be bumped down.
That's just freaking frustrating.
It's disheartening.
Yeah.
And you know, because I have better spirits, I will actually have to say that if somebody who is here because they're here to bury a loved one, or their parent is like, you know, not doing too well, or
Or they're
whatever
a
it may
pretend
be,
farmer, or
it's hard. It's hard. I make the best of it. I FaceTime with family, and you know, I enjoy. We get creative. My daughter and I yesterday, I posted it on Facebook, how, because there's no microwave, so how to warm up food while you're in quarantine. We took a blow dryer, and you know, blow dryer heats up, so you just kind of heat it up.
wow.
So you know, we're doing good.
How frustrating is it though, Monica, to know that some people who are elite, you know, who are like high-ranking government officials, and other people who are just a lot healthier than you are, skip out on the quarantine. Yet here you are.
Yes.
That's just got to be frustrating, and that's the problem. Is that the politics has tainted this whole quarantine system. Whereas you might have believed in it a couple months ago, and then when you find out, oh, Lana, these guys are getting out of quarantine, they're healthy guys. You know what I mean?
And you know, if you want to get out of quarantine, if you're a high official and you're getting out of quarantine for a reason, then at least the 14 days you're supposed to be in quarantine, then at least help me better the process so that the next flight that comes in doesn't have to go through this process to wait 4 hours after being flown. I was on the flight with some people who came from LA, boarded the plane in Hawaii, came all the way over here, and still had to go through that same process. Imagine that.
Right.
You're frustrated, you're tired, you can't go home, but then at least, because you forced us into quarantine, but then at least speed up the process.
Yeah.
You know, it's speed it up. Come on. We have modern day technology.
Yeah.
You know, the least you could have done is have those vouchers pre-printed. You know, but we're going through, you're handwriting them. You come to the hotel, they're handwriting again. You know, these guardsmen, they need to lead them better, because they can't answer your questions. They're doing everything they can, and they're very generous. They carry your bags for you. If you want ice while you're in your room, they'll do it for you. Whatever, linen, everything you want and you need, you call down there and they help you. The problem is, it's just, you get some rude ones, and I think they're just as frustrated as everybody else because they can't answer the questions that you have. But I mean, to the public health officials who are making these decisions and the government officials, especially the governor, if you want to continue to do this, then at least come out and check the process and make it better.
Right.
Make it better, because you have a lot of frustrated people, and you know, I used to wonder how come people want to sue the governor, sue the government after 10 days or whatever it may be. This is the reason why. You put them in these positions. You actually back them into a corner. You know, regardless of what you want to do, voluntary or involuntary, you still have to quarantine. You know, it's really bad when you put someone in a position. You're coming home for several reasons, and I still have to do this. And you're getting off the plane with different people, and you're seeing them. Oh, why is he off to the side? How come he doesn't get on the bus with me? It's very bad. That's bad for someone's mental state.
Right. We have some comments here. Desiree writes, "It really is heartless for those who have come home to bury a loved one. My other half's cousin came in with his daughter and other niece. They haven't been on island for more than 10 years, if I'm not mistaken. They were in quarantine for 14 days when they buried their grandfather. They were scheduled to leave 2 days after. It didn't give the family enough time to grieve together as they should during a time they lost a loved one. It's most important that families grieve together during the loss of a family member. But it's not the case if you're coming home after losing a family member. It truly is heartless."
It is. It's very disheartening. You know, I've talked to some people, and like I said, they were here. They're coming from other places to going through Hawaii and coming home simply to bury their loved one, only to find out I have to go. And, you know, one of the guys I was on, he was very hopeful that on day 6 he's going to get tested. And then when we landed, they said, you know, it's based upon availability if you're going to get tested. I'm here. This is day 3. They said, given my condition, no one ever called me to ask me if, oh, hey, you know, your condition, would you like to get tested already? No one called me. This is day 3.
Let me just read for people who are joining us. So we read what the eligibility requirements are for the emergency hardship, but it says these are the following requirements that have to be adhered to if you are seeking emergency hardship status. Must go directly from the airport to a Government of Guam quarantine facility, which Monica has done. Must agree to be assessed by medical, behavioral health, or public health staff at the government quarantine facility to determine necessary services, which may include an option to leave quarantine on a time-limited basis for a specific emergency hardship event activity, or to transfer to home quarantine. But individuals must offer documentation and information regarding the emergency hardship to medical, behavioral health, or public health staff, and review emergency hardship may take several days depending on the completeness of documentation and availability of COVID-19 testing. And you have all the documentation when you came in, you went to the government quarantine facility, and no one was there from public health, right?
Nope.
And you have all your
They
documents.
can't. Yep, they can't. I mean, they just, like I said, I just received a phone call on day 1, and they just ask you a few questions, and it's like, okay, good. You have no questions. Bye.
See ya.
And they knew that you had your daughter had surgery, and you wanted to apply for this emergency hardship.
You know, I will tell you this. We're in good spirits. We're okay right now. There are other people, regardless of our situation. I know what it's like to lose a loved one.
Yeah.
I'm okay right now. I would prefer for those people who have to go, that's the last time you're going to see your loved one. I would prefer for them. I'm okay. My daughter's okay right now. I would prefer that they work with those people, because a mental health issue is really bad. It's really bad when you're here for that purpose and you just want to go do that. That's all your purpose is here. You know, you're from Guam, you're from the islands. Everybody knows what family's all about. You know, we're very close, and just give those people that opportunity. Give them that chance to go and see them for the last time.
Yeah, it's really mind-boggling to, you know, and we've had so many people come on this show. We've had people who are here, like you said, to bury their loved ones. We've had people who are here to see their relatives on their deathbed, but they miss that opportunity to say goodbye because they're stuck in quarantine. And yet you read about other people who are just walking right out of the airport.
Yeah.
Correct. And just imagine what's going through that person's mind who can't even get out to go do that. It's really bad. It's a bad thing. You know, I've been through losses and not during a pandemic, but and it's hard in itself. What more now in this time? It's worse. I just want to, I really, my main thing is to reach out to the high government officials, public health, the governor, the lieutenant governor. Call me. Hey, look me up. I'll call KUA and ask for my number. I'll even give my number. Call me and ask me, how can I guarantee you nobody ever asks the people who process. It doesn't look like we're going to get out of this anytime soon. So let's work. Let's work together. And I challenge all those people. Let's see. I will keep you posted, Chris, Bree, Jason. I will keep you guys posted. I challenge those high officials. I bet no one will call me within 30 days, you know, to ask me, hey, let's work together. How can you help me help the government? I'll help you. If you want me to write down everything and what I think, you know, how you can help other people, I guarantee you no one will call me.
I don't know. It's election year. It's election year.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens, because I will tell you this right now. This is not about whose vote you got. This is not the time to say, hey, I'm running again. Let me, how can we better this? No, I don't need that. I really don't need that. That's not what no, help the people. Help the people. This is what we need. This is what we need, because you're going to have more mental health issues in the end than you are positive cases.
Yeah, actually, someone from the speaker's office just messaged me, hey, what's this lady's number? So, pretty sure they'll be in touch. Told you.
Hey, it worked. It worked when I was in Hawaii. And like I said, I am willing to help. I'm willing to help. I can do, let me help you guys better your process. Let me help you guys better your process. And I'd like to see how much better this process is going to be. It's a very frustrating process. I didn't do this for a leisure travel. I did this for a medical travel. We'll see what happens, because my daughter has another procedure coming up. And if they cannot do it on Guam, we have to go back the same route. And that's about 2 months from now. And I'm pretty sure that 2 months from now, we will be in the same situation. So I will see. We'll just have to see from there when I travel again, if I get quarantined. But, like I said, it's not our choice. It's something that has to happen. It's because Guam doesn't have the specialists. Guam doesn't have. Yeah. So we have to leave. Yeah. We have to fly.
Yep. Sadly, I mean, that's a perennial problem. We're underserved medical community, and there's just so many services here that our people can't afford. So they're forced to go off island, and when they do that, they fall in this quarantine trap. So, Monica, we appreciate you sharing your story with us. I'm so saddened that this quarantine process, to me, outside looking in, it's become political. It's clear that if you have a connect, you can walk, or if you're a high-ranking government official, elected or otherwise, you can just waltz right out of the airport. Meanwhile, the little people get locked up, and no one's calling you. It's just frustrating. It's criminal. It's criminal to me, Monica.
And I'm not asking for special favors. I'm not asking to be released early. If I have to go through this process, I get it. I have a bedridden mother at home, and I'm worried about her safety. So I have to do this process. And this is why I know I have to do this process. I have my husband who works for the military as well. So I know I have to go through all of this process to make sure that we don't bring anything home. I get it. And I get that whole quarantine, and we want to flatten the curve, correct. But my thing is the process coming in to get you to the quarantine site. That has to be fixed. That has to be fixed. It's very bad. It's a poor process. It's broken.
Thank you, Monica.
Thanks, Monica.
We'll be praying for you, and check your phone.
Yeah, we'll pass along the number. Let us know if anything happens.
Okay. We should do a lottery. We should do a lottery. Which senator is going to get to help Monica? Jay?
Yeah. Hey, Monica, this is Jason, and I know you said at the beginning of your interview, and you were saying people can, reach out to you on Facebook. We've actually got your Facebook handle up, so I'm thinking once this interview's over, you can expect probably a lot of new friend requests, and they might, be able to give, you and your daughter, hopefully some inspiration. You might be able to make new friends, reach out. That's what it's all about, and you'll undoubtedly be able to interact with people who are going to have been uplifted by you and would like to uplift you too. And people might offer their help as well. So we're passing that along.
Funny you should say, because in Hawaii the same thing happened.
Oh.
And you are from the Rivera family, and that's part of your Facebook handle. So they got, hey, Rivera family, yes. like we don't leave our people behind. You know how we do things on Guam. Enough of Malik, man. Let's help her out.
Honestly, I think that just if they want to help, see what these people here in the quarantine site. My husband, the first day I got here, put my list together. But I think there are some people here that may need assistance too. Maybe offer something. Hey, who there doesn't have family at the site? What can we bring them? Can we bring them something other than the water? Just different things. Some people find, bring them a book, bring them I found it funny that most hotels have Bibles, and my daughter pointed that out the other day, that she opened the drawer. She's like, what? No Bible, no pen, no notepad? Some of those things could actually help people. People like to jot down their thoughts. People like to read the Bible to pass time. There was nothing in the rooms.
Godless quarantine. I hate it.
Exactly.
Real quick, Monica.
That's something I'm sorry?
Oh, sorry. I was going to say real quick, where do you draw this strength from in yourself? Because you're such a positive person, and it would be so easy for you to just go scorched earth and just say, I'm so pissed off. I want to disassemble the entire system. I want to rage at every single person who's involved in this. But you're being positive, and you're using this to help others. Where does that strength come from?
Jason, I've been through a lot in the past, and I will tell you this. It is useless to be mad at someone. It is useless to be mad at a process, because the more you're mad, you forget that there is a way that you can help the process, and just don't be mad at it. Just see if you can reach out some other way. I have a lot of things that go on in my life, and I resort in baking. I will tell you, I know my husband's going to be mad at me, but I don't know what I miss more, my baking or my husband. He's going to be really mad. Sorry, hon, if you're watching. But
well, you want to give your husband a shout out, since he will be watching at some point. You want to give him a shout out?
Yeah, we love him very much. He has been the background of all of this. He's been our biggest strength. He's who gives me strength. He catches me, and we've come a long way. So, I thank him a whole lot. I thank I have my sister. She's amazing too. She's been the one taking care of my mom, and she's been holding it down. She's every day we FaceTime. My aunt in California. We just have they keep me sane throughout this whole process. So, and it helps that I'm with my daughter too. My daughter's a comedian, so it helps me. But we're just the family of positiveness. It's useless to be mad at something that is out of your control.
Yes, that's beautiful. But like you said, cinnamon roll's not bad either.
What's that?
Cinnamon roll's not bad either, but family is most important. But cinnamon roll's pretty good too.
Yeah, it's useless being mad at anything or anyone, because you're just gonna cause undue stress on yourself. And why do you want to do that? Don't do that to yourself. It's already bad you're in certain situations. Just be positive about things. Hey, if you have to start somewhere, tell yourself, I woke up this morning. That's the first thing you tell yourself. I was given this another day.
Amen.
I'm blessed. I woke up. I woke up this morning.
I feel you, Monica. I'm that guy. A lot of people say that, oh, I'm just happy to be alive, but they don't really mean it. Like me, literally, when I wake up, I'm like, thank you. Thank you.
There are people.
Back again.
Yep. I've been through tragedy in the past. And, I just have to say, every day you wake up, it's a new day. It's a day given to you, not to waste, to make good of it.
Right on.
Every day you're given, make better. Make a change from yesterday. Yep. Make a change from yesterday. If yesterday you knew that you passed by something that just, believe me, here's a good thing. It's like a piece of trash on your floor. You pass by it today because you're having a crappy day. Is that piece of trash going to remove itself? It's still going to be there tomorrow.
It's not going to grow legs.
Correct. So be happy. You're up today. Your body's still working. Pick it up, throw it away. And guess what? Tomorrow you're going to be happier. Why? Because it's not an eyesore anymore.
And like I said, Monica, I was telling you on WhatsApp, I'm going to nominate you for sainthood. Viva Santa Monica!
I'll go back to your corner.
Thank you, Monica.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for your positive words.
Yes.
Totally agree. Every night I pray, and I always say, give me a chance to live tomorrow so I can try and be better than I was today. And, you know, tomorrow's not guaranteed yet. Here we are. So thank you, God. We'll see you. God bless
Thank
you.
you.
Keep me posted. Send me
Thank
the
you for the
pictures.
opportunity.
Okay. Send me the pics. Send me
I
the
will.
pictures. Okay.
Okay,
Did they hear that? You guys hear that?
I didn't hear anything.
Okay. Thank you, Monica. That's that.
Bye.
Okay,
Adios. Yeah, that's 717.
What an amazing person.
Yeah, Monica Broussard there. Stay positive, but not COVID positive. We're going to take a short break, and then we're going to prison. Yep. Going to Department of Corrections with Major Anton Uggan. Next on The Link, this is The Breeze, 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KOM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KOM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KOM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
The Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Shopping Fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the third annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KUAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kuam.com or visit kuam.com.
We are in the middle of the most serious health crisis of our lives, and it affects everything from jobs to schools to the way we live. In addition to worrying about recovery, we must now worry about healthcare. And we shouldn't have to make choices between food and medicine, going to the doctor, or buying gas. We all need access to healthcare, and now more than ever, we need hospitals and clinics which can respond to pandemics. We must get the vaccines and new treatments for COVID-19. We must be ready with ventilators and partnerships with the federal government for our emergency facilities and have pandemic plans which provide a secure safety net. We must be ready for the next crisis. And this takes a leader in Washington who is trustworthy and will work with local leaders and experts. This is why I am running for Congress. I humbly ask you for your vote. Si Diyos maasi, maraming salamat po. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
Think about it. This is the 36th anniversary of October named as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. The KOAM Care Force encourages you to think pink this October with our social media presentation, Pink About It, on October 22nd, and our KOAM News 5-part series, Awareness is Power, airing from the 19th to the 23rd, featuring a few incredible cancer warriors and the importance of screening and managing this disease. Think Pink is brought to you by Island Cancer Center.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Are people really feeling like government of Guam is checked out? Nobody cares. Guess what? We do. Good morning. So, Bree, you got a little more on that process here.
Right. So on Public Health's website, there's all those different, exemptions that are allowed. And so there's one under medical referrals. So to qualify for quarantine and approve rental, lodging, or home quarantine with restricted movement guidelines, you must meet the following criteria. The medical referral passenger must submit a request to quarantine for home quarantine to Public Health prior to arrival at dphss.guam.gov. 2, such request must attach supporting documentation, including a medical referral from an off-island provider. 3, the medical referral passenger must present an acceptable COVID-19 negative test result collected within 5 days of arrival. If the test results are not provided, the individual must agree to schedule and receive a COVID-19 test within 24 hours of arrival. Individuals with serious or acute medical conditions who do not have a medical referral to receive care on Guam should follow the guidelines in Section 1, Emergency Hardship. And that's the one that I mentioned earlier, which you must go to the quarantine facility,
Right.
etc.
I just think the whole process, it's so unfortunate that the political hands were put on it, and now to me it's just tainted. I mean, you got a young woman there who just got cut open. They took out a body part, and they throw her in the hole. And meanwhile, the congressman walks out of quarantine. We got the healthy guys walking out of quarantine, and it's unfortunate, but that whole process, they hold it up like, oh, you got to do the process. But then when you do the process, they still throw you in the hole if you don't know anybody. 7:26. Let's go to the KUAM News Zoom room where he's standing by looking sport in his uniform this morning. Aina Shinarp. Major Anton Uggan. Looking good, Major.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Joining us live from right outside the Department of Corrections. Well, I guess we'll just start. We had a call yesterday, so I know that you guys had started incoming last week, right?
For Kenya.
Yeah, over
For Aganya, yes, Aganya was last week, and then Monday was for ACF. We started for ACF.
And is the incoming process still ongoing?
No, we had to suspend it as of yesterday. We had to suspend it yesterday. One of our officers' family members had tested positive. The officer himself did not test positive, but the family member. And so out of abundance of caution, we sent that officer and all the ones that he was working with, sent them to go get tested. And now they all, 4 of them, I think, so far have come back negative, waiting on the rest. But again, they're gonna remain on a 14-day quarantine, even if their test is negative. just to be sure.
So you're just waiting for one officer. Is that what you said? Sorry.
It was actually just one officer's family member, not the officer himself, but the family member and tested. So again, we just decided we need to be cautious, and we sent that officer home along with all the ones he was working with that were in close proximity to him. And most of them have got tested already. We're just waiting all the results. Last night, I think about 4 or 5 of them said their results were negative.
How many officers are we talking, though?
10. 10 officers.
All right.
So all those officers are assigned to the visitation section. They're assisting with the incoming. So we have to suspend the operation for now until we make sure they, they get back.
Yeah, I actually got a call from a frustrated family member yesterday, and she was like, Chris, can you find out DOC, they cut the incoming? And I remember reading on the news that you just started it. So I was like, oh, I'll try and get Anton on, Major Anton on tomorrow to ask him about it. But this is so frustrating for those people who are incarcerated at the prison because they've gone, what, 6, 7, how long have they not had the incoming, Major?
Possibly about 3 months, because we did one back in, I believe, June and July.
Right. So 3 months, and how much incoming were you guys able to get done over there at Inagania on Friday, and then at Manila on Monday? I mean, if you cut it the very next day, did a lot of inmates and family members, were they able to come in and drop the incoming, or?
No, Agania pretty much was taken care of. We started up here in Manila with post 16. That was the first unit on Monday, and then we were going to do the rest of the unit for the remainder of the 2 weeks. Again, because of what's going on with the to ensure that COVID doesn't get into our facility, we have to take these extreme measures, unfortunately, to make sure to do our best to make sure that COVID does not get into our facility.
Right.
Is incoming just stopped at Manila, and is it continuing in Agania, or both locations no incoming?
No, Agania is done already. So they're done already for their incoming.
Oh, is it? I don't know how this works. So it's just like once a month incoming? Is that how it works?
Yeah, generally it's once a month, yes.
I see, okay. And so it was supposed to be incoming for this whole week?
For this week, and it'll run into next week. But again,
and now it's stopped.
We've had to suspend it. But as soon as those officers return back to work, we will pick it up again and continue and move forward.
But it'd be like 14 days, right?
Yes, because each unit a day, because it takes time when the incoming comes in. It's all sanitized, and they have to go through it and inspect it and make sure no contraband and other things are there. So it takes time to deal with one unit. So we're going to do 1 unit a day.
Have any more of your corrections officers tried to smuggle in any more meth or weed or anything recently since the last couple?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Are there's no concerns that because you just don't know who you're doing testing of the 10 officers, all the stuff that they touched and moved it over to, where is it, post 16, 17, post 2, 3, and 4, that, it could be, contaminated or anything like that?
No, because before it's given to the unit, it is sanitized. They spray everything down. They wipe everything down. And again, the main officer yesterday that we were concerned about, his test came back last night. He reported last night that he was actually negative.
Okay.
His test came back negative. So he was the main one we were concerned about because it was his family member. But he so far is negative, and several officers that were with him are also negative. So we're confident that, that the remaining will also be negative. But again, it takes time with this virus, so you just got to give it a few more days just to be sure.
Right. So, Major, how many people were turned away on Tuesday with incoming? I just want to know, up at Manila, the Manila compound, how many inmates were able to get their packages from their families and loved ones, and how many weren't?
So on Monday, post 16 was the first unit again. 60 people out of post 16 received their incoming, their personal hygiene incoming.
The 1-6?
Yeah. And then I have
60.
60. Okay.
60 inmates from post 16.
Mm-hmm. Post 17 on
And I
Tuesday.
think yesterday was supposed to be, I think, post 17, and it had to get postponed.
Oh, so only 60 in which one is post 16?
Is that the hard
That's the
ones?
general population.
Oh.
That's the general population. The one up on the hill next to the basketball court.
What are the inmates and detainees saying, Major? I'm pretty sure they're beyond frustrated.
I mean,
Not-
yes. It's understanding. We're all frustrated. I mean, we're hoping for a smooth operation, but unfortunately, we have to adapt when these things happen. Chris, if this COVID gets in here, this incoming is the least of their problems. Okay, so we need to do our due diligence.
Yeah.
As stressful as it may be. But again, I want to stress that in regards to cleaning supplies or personal hygiene, the department does provide. I mean, we do provide. It may be the soap they don't like or the shampoo they don't like, and there's no body wash and things like that. And the toothpaste is not exactly best tasting, but it is there is some hygiene supplies that are provided to the inmates.
Yeah.
This one with the family is just an augmentation of what we give.
Right. But it's still a little piece of home, Major. And also, there are people who would say, and I don't think they'd be off if they said, Jesus, you guys had how many months to figure this incoming out? Every other GovGuam agency is going through the same thing. Like you said, we've all adapted, but has the Department of Corrections adapted too slowly?
No, I mean, one of the reasons why it took so long, Chris, is one, we had to test all the officers. Two, we tested all the inmates. We wanted to test on that, took about 3 to 4 weeks to do. And so right after all the inmates cleared from Agana to Manila on all the various tests that we did, the director decided now it's time that we have a good baseline. It's now time to start. Let's try getting this thing going again. But we wanted to ensure that we took care of that issue first. So that was what the holdup was with allowing it.
I wanted to follow up on something that we actually talked about months ago, and it was weeks ago. It was regarding DOC having testing abilities and capabilities. Is there any movement on that?
Not at this time. There has been talk about getting DOC their own machine for the Agana facility, so that when the overnighters come in, they can be tested kind of promptly. They're still working out the details on that, because the other issue becomes we have to put the machine in a certain location. It cannot be, it has to be in a room that's isolated, or there's certain requirements that need to be met in regards to the placing of the machine. So I know the director and GMH and public health, they're all speaking on it, and he's still trying to work out the details to get it here.
Major, how long have we not had visitation?
Oh, the visitation has been stopped since March.
Okay. So
right when we went into this, when the pandemic started.
I'm just kind of wondering, so if we can get bar owners to sue the government of Guam because they couldn't have happy hour in PCOR 1, could inmates and detainees maybe say it's cruel and unusual punishment that they haven't had visitation since March, that they haven't had the incoming? Or do you think you can just say, oh, it's COVID?
Not necessarily, Chris. I mean, visitation in general is a privilege. And again, it's not that we don't want to give them the visitation, but with this COVID out there, you just want to be sure. They have other ways of communicating with their family. Of course, writing letters, there's phones. They have the Paytel phone system. There is other ways. I mean, some inmates kind of preferred, I guess, that, as much as they want to see their family, they prefer to have their family, safe. And, again, we're very fortunate that we don't have it here. And as soon as we can, get back to a stable in the community, then, we could probably look at opening a limited visitation. But right now, it's not going to be possible.
Well, thank you for answering that, Major. Appreciate it. Good. Yeah. In closing, maybe you have a message for the families, inmates, detainees before we let you go.
You asked if there was any. You guys haven't caught any contraband or anything, right?
I did.
You did? Okay.
Did anyone throw over any ice over the fence or anything recently?
Well, we had something thrown over the fence last night around 2 a.m. But the officer, we were able to intercept it. Again, you know, we're going to keep trying to do it.
What was the contraband?
We didn't open it up. We gave it to GPD, but it looked like Copenhagen. It was wrapped up pretty tightly, so it looked like it was Copenhagen. There may have been some drugs in it. I don't have the full reports right now. Again, it just happened at 2 a.m. But you know, again, there was an attempt to throw it over.
How are you guys dealing with the anxiety? Are you guys having any detainees, inmates dealing with anxiety issues?
Or officers even?
Yeah.
Well, we do have a psychologist. We do have some medical team here at the department. There have been a few inmates probably under a little stress. They can see the doctor and discuss it. I haven't heard much about it, but again, if they need that services, we do have a medical section that they could put in a sick call and can be addressed.
How about you, Major? How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing fine. I, just keep hanging in there, moving forward.
One foot in front of the other, right? Yeah.
I'm just very happy that we don't have it in the facility at this time because, again, that would be a whole new situation.
Right on. Well.
All right. Thanks a lot, Major.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Stay safe. Wash your hands.
Of course.
That's that. Okay. Hey, grab some. What do we got this morning, Bree?
We got some virtual.
Malasadas. Yeah.
No. What's the other one that's baked? It's not.
Pusted?
But yeah, that one.
Yeah. We got baked pumpkin turnover. There's the apple. The apple has 3 dots on it, Major. So grab some on your way out. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
See you, Major Antonogan. Hey, we're
Really
taking a quick break. Really good, right?
It's really good.
Old family recipe.
And you're talking about this before a doctor comes on, right?
Yeah, Doctor. No, because it's baked. Dr. Ho is like, as long as it's baked, it's fine. 7:39. We are coming back with the chairman of the Physicians Advisory Group,
Using
Dr. Ho. When
organic sugar.
it's we're using agave flour.
There you go.
7:40. Good morning.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KOM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KOM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KOM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi. The Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Shopping Fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the 3rd annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KOM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kom.com or visit kom.com.
We have just one voice representing us in Congress, one person to advocate for all of our needs and tell Guam's story to the nation. That's why I'm running to be Guam's next delegate to Congress, to serve as the kind of representative you deserve. But what does a vote for me guarantee? It's a vote for someone who can tell the Guam story, our sacrifices, our struggles and our triumphs, and why we matter to America. It's a vote for competency in securing more resources from the federal government, not as a handout, but because we are vital to the country. It's a vote for trustworthiness. Integrity and trust are not optional when representing you. They are required. I thank you for allowing me to serve Guam before, and I humbly ask you for your vote again. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Cabo Enterprises, ITD, and the Thrive Coalition, where we remind you it takes a whole village, not just a village, it takes a whole island to raise healthy and drug-free youth. 7:43 to the KUAM News Zoom Room we go, where Dr. Ho Wen is standing by. He's the chairman for the Physicians Advisory Group. And Doc, we'll just go ahead and jump right into it. Good morning, by the way.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
So we're looking at these results from yesterday. We have a 7-day test positivity rate of 13%. 96 positive cases reported last night. 61st death also reported last night. This has been the conversation the last few weeks. Nothing is changing.
Yeah, Chris, nothing is changing. We really need to push the point that everyone on the island is really a frontline person, and is at this point on the lockdown is now that is everyone's responsibility to curb this virus. If we continue to do what we do, we will most likely getting much worse. So we worry now than the second surge when it first started. Yes, we are. You know, we've very much worried. You can see the hospitalization has reached the highest point now, and more likely it will get higher. The healthcare system will be stretched more than ever before at this point. So we just have to ask people to be responsible what they do. Again, most people know already, but I don't know how everyone going to reach out to each one of us on the island. But the family gathering have to stop somehow. You know, that's a huge rise on that. That's still number one. And we still have people that turn positive, get sick, seen in the clinic, that because of visitation from one family member to the next is not the same household. So, if you have your friend come over and you have your family come over to visit you, or do something else with another person, a different household, there's a great risk of catching the virus. And again, that's the number one thing. So from the family gathering that turned positive, the positive patient take that to their workplace. Just as like a cycle. And the stress to the business side of the island is that you have to kind of be very vigilant to your employee, and if anyone that has some symptom of illness, it need to be identified and sent home. But if you're not vigilant at the workplace, potentially you can have to spread the virus within the workplace. and that's again is now is probably number 2
Right.
on the list.
Doc,
Yes.
I know that you had talked about this rapid, what was it called, Bree? Rapid engagement team with public health. Do we have any movement on that?
Yeah, I think the governor really want to jump on this really quick, just because you can see the rate of positivity rate are going up in the past 2 weeks or so. So the rapid response team, they come together, like I say, very fast, and I think that this week you're gonna see some action, some activity on that to try to do some target testing as we wanted in the past, but now at much aggressive way to try to dent on this positivity. So you see in the next few days a lot of things going to happen. So there's a lot of planning involve multiple agency. So there's a lot of things going to happen this week, and hopefully,
It's
by
Wednesday.
taking this activity, it's going to be it started today. So
Oh, wow. That's
it's
pretty
really,
rapid. Yeah.
Like, get off the phone rapid. Like, we're gonna see something, or
there's a lot of action going to be happen today. It's not going to wait for the weekend. So we should what they say that it should happen like 2-3 weeks ago. So we're not going to wait. And the governor very much want to to happen right away. So a lot of people, a lot of agencies have been working to put this activity together. So hopefully we'll make some change in the next week to 2 weeks. So whatever we do today, you don't see it until about a week to 10 days from now. So
for this target
there's
testing, it's only the people that need to know are going to be contacted to go get this testing, or what is it? Is it like going to be we're going to let the public know about where this rapid testing is going to take place? I mean, you guys could say that we're going to do stuff, it's going to ramp up, but if nobody really knows anything,
yeah, target testing means that we identify certain high risk group. We go after this high risk group. That's target. You're talking about mass community, mean that everyone symptomatic or not in the community can go to one site and do the testing. But target testing means you go to that site and you test the high risk population. So it's totally different approach. So I know there's a rise in the outer island resident. So it's going to be target testing. They're going to try to reach those population, and and try to isolate the positive and do quarantine appropriately, and so to minimize the risk of the spread of the virus. So, and people have the different pathway, have different challenge. People have no ride. People, living facility is crowded. So there's a lot of other factor out there that can cause the virus to spread rapidly. So,
so what is the plan to address that with these multi-generational homes? These multi-generational families that are in these homes. Like, for example, I remember early on when Linda Mbico DeNorsi was the administrator. Remember when they went up to Estumbo and the Sagan Linadzin?
Yeah.
And they went out there where they held the testing, and they went door to door. And those houses are small, but there's so many people that live in these homes. I mean, what's going to happen if I'm not sure if you're talking about doing something like that, going to populations, targeting populations like that where there are many people that live in homes. And if you do, how are you going to separate people if there's people that aren't positive and there are people that are positive living in the same home, and there's so many homes that are affected? Do we have enough space, like, for example, at the isolation facility, or are we going to have to acquire another one? I mean, what's the plan?
Yeah, you have often we have a positive patient in the clinic, and then when you do through the interview, in the brief interview in the clinic, they live in a house of 10, 15 people. It's a big concern because you go from one positive, now you have at least 7, 8, 9, or 10 positive in that house if you don't take the appropriate action. So this is where, if you go out to the site, if you test them as positive, public health and the social worker can take the action right there at the site and try to minimize the spread of the virus within the family. So depend on the certain scenario, they act accordingly, but at least they act the site rather than you test someone positive in the clinic and you not at their home at the site to try to assess their living situation at home. So there's a whole team that go out there rather than just the person that do the test. So hopefully by doing that, you can put a dent positivity rate. So it's not just one person now; it's the whole team that's going to go out to the site.
How many people are we talking as part of this team? Is it a team of public health people or National Guard or?
Of public health, the guard, the Army Guard. So I mean, it's involved a lot of agency, and this is where the governor identify where on the risk factor is and on the high risk population, and she wanted now, and that's very appropriate, for her to want it now. Like I say, it's not the weekend; they're gonna act right away. So. It's going to happen today. I think that you will more likely will have that in the news sometime today, tomorrow, from Friday and Saturday. So it's not just a one-day thing. It's going to be multiple days.
Okay, so targeted testing of high-risk populations. Is that what you said?
Yes, and that's and that's in line with the plan of the future for rapid response team. And rapid response team can do a lot of stuff, not just the target testing, but let's say that in the future, if the school open and the school turn positive, the rapid response team will go to that school and to try to do their contact tracing right away, almost the same day. So that way, you can minimize the impact of that school and not have to close that school down completely. So the rapid response team idea and theory is going to apply to many situations in the future rather than just the target testing, the high risk only. So, but this is the start, the phase one of it. So something that we want to put together many months ago, but it's just happened now. But like I say, it's never too late to start something to move forward. So you don't look in the past, future to move forward.
Okay, so where's this high risk population? Where are you referring to, and who are you referring to?
I want to answer.
Is it in the north, Doc?
It's in the north,
and I think that's the problem.
The
people
north
aren't being transparent. People aren't letting the community know, but yet, you want us to be responsible, but nobody knows anything.
The north part of the island is the most populated area. There's a lot of subgroup, Filipino, Chamorro, the outer island population. There's a lot. So I think just like the past where they go to Hemlani apartment and do all the testing. The same. Those are target testing. Certain subgroup. There's somewhere, I don't know. It's a zero down or something. I'm not familiar with the up north.
Yeah.
I know there's two target group up there that they try to go to. Sabrina, I know the name, but I tell you, if I remember that, I tell you, but I know there's two
So one is zero
subdivision
down.
up.
Is the other Gil Breeze?
Yeah, the zero down something. Chris, that's the first one you say. That more likely they're gonna go there. And, you know,
So let me just read you
I don't
this.
go.
Let me just read you this, and I'll go paragraph by paragraph, and you can tell me fact or fiction. Highest infection area, Dededo and Jigo. Chuquis community, 300% higher than all other communities. Fact, fiction. True, not true. I respect you, you respect me.
Yeah, even that's the public information. I think that's out there in the community already.
So
yes,
fact.
no, that's
fact.
true.
I got
Okay.
it.
That's what
Caucasian, military, federal civil service, next highest.
What did you say, Sabrina?
Caucasian, military, federal, civil service, next highest.
That's the second one. Yeah, it's out there.
Okay. That is fact.
I think
Wow.
that's already, and that's the
Philippine
data
community
released
highest in deaths.
yes.
Okay. FSM community next highest in deaths, although they comprise only 7% of population.
That's been released. Yes.
Most infections in multi-generational homes.
100%. That's what the family gathering and everything is. It's because there's a multi-generational home. But that's the culture of our island, though. We have many family, second, third, or fourth generation in one setting.
53 of 69 positive cases from a recent test are from the northern region. There has been a dramatic increase in coronavirus infections in the northern region of Guam.
The northern region is the number one place.
Okay.
Point.
Starting Thursday, the Department of Public Health's rapid engagement team will focus on the northern region, Dededo and Jigo, going house to house to test everyone.
I think they start today, and they're gonna go over the next few days. That's the rapid response team activity. Like I say, it's involved many agency. Again, we know what is the most positive rate at this point, and we're gonna try to put a dent by doing the rapid response team.
Okay. Will not be lifting any restrictions for at least 2 more weeks.
Right now, I think that with the current positive rate, it's kind of hard to do any lifting on the restriction until we put a dent on this thing. I mean, 90 something plus per day is a really high rate at this point.
Yeah.
And again, it's no magic answer on that one, except that we had to put a dent on this because the hospitalization now in the 60, and I think it's going to be on the 70 sooner or later. With all the positivity we see in the on the clinic and the hospital, and the surge with the non-COVID patient in the hospital, it's a huge risk for everybody on the whole island.
Well, I thank you. Thanks, Doc, for answering those questions. I think, people just really want to know what the plan is and what we need to do, even though we do need to just wear a mask, social distance, and stay away from each other. So you're right. We are on the front line, but we also need to know, information like that.
Yeah, that's a transparency that you need to be out there and
It should come from the governor's office, though, Doc. It should come from the governor's office, not a WhatsApp message. Sorry. Not sorry.
Because I know, if I live in the north, that if somebody came knocking at my door and I didn't know who you were, I probably wouldn't answer.
No, it's a coordination. They coordinate that with the council in general. Everyone is on the same page. It's not a surprise. It's that fly out there. There's a lot of stuff out there that in the subgroup that we want to target. So it's not a surprise thing. It's been discussed with every party involved. So, like I said, when that big is going to be out there and people know, and you have the information already, I will confirm that, and there's no problem. So I say, people in the public need to know, because I say it's everyone fight. It's not just it's everyone's responsibility. It's not the governor nor the government. It's everyone responsibility at this point.
Doc, I just want to go back before we let you go because we're up against the top of the hour. Highest infection area, Dedido, Jigo, Chukis community, 300% higher than all other communities. Caucasian, military, federal, civil service, next highest. Are these numbers strictly for the northern region of Guam, or do these cover the whole island?
That's the whole island, Chris.
Okay.
I mean, we report for the whole island, but again, the north, the part of the island is the most crowded, so naturally it's going to have the most positivity rate. But down south, it's going up too, so you have to be careful. The people in the south, it's going up slowly, but like I said, once it's rooted, it's very hard to control if people don't take the responsibility.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you so much for your time this morning, Dr. Hoa.
You're welcome, guys. Be safe.
You be safe. Wash your hands.
Yeah.
We have the baked pumpkin turnovers, organic, free range, if you want to grab some for the staff on your way out. Don't panic, it's organic.
Hey.
And social, please, okay? And Chris, Sabrina, we coming up a lot of holidays, so please ask people to be extra careful during the holiday and try to not gathering so much.
Yeah.
I know everything come up, Thanksgiving, everything, but be careful.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you. That was Dr. Hoa Wen of the Physicians
Thanks, Doc.
Advisory Group. He is the chairman of the PAG. And thank you so much to our viewers on KUAM TV. It's been a great morning with you guys. We appreciate it if you jump over to our KUAM News Facebook live feed here. That's Edward R. Murrow award-winning social media stuff. So do that. And again, you can also cut on the radio, the good old-fashioned way, tried and true, KUAM FM 93.9. Again, to our viewers on KUAM TV, you've got your scheduled programming for KUAM coming up next. For Sabrina, my name's Chris. Adios.
Bye.
Hey, good morning. Hey, good morning, Guam. 8:05. We're going to take a short break, and there's a whole lot of shaking that's going to be going on, right, with the Great Guam Shakeout. That's next, coming up here on the link. It's The Breeze, 93.9. Good morning.
Whether you want...
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KOM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KOM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KOM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
The Christmas Pops virtual holiday shopping fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the third annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KUAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kuam.com or visit kuam.com.
We have just one voice representing us in Congress, one person to advocate for all of our needs and tell Guam's story to the nation. That's why I'm running to be Guam's next delegate to Congress, to serve as the kind of representative you deserve. But what does a vote for me guarantee? It's a vote for someone who can tell the Guam story, our sacrifices, our struggles, and our triumphs, and why we matter to America. It's a vote for competency in securing more resources from the federal government, not as a handout, but because we are vital to the country. It's a vote for trustworthiness. Integrity and trust are not optional when representing you. They are required. I thank you for allowing me to serve Guam before, and I humbly ask you for your vote again. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
Sa panahon ng pandemya ng COVID-19, kailangan ng kooperasyon ng bawat isa. Kailangan natin mapanatiling malakas ang katawan at sumunod sa mga alituntunin ng gobyerno para ligtas ang lahat. Ang distansyang 6 feet bawat isa ay laging susundin, lalo na sa mga pagtitipon. Panatiling magsuot ng face mask sa labas ng bahay, lalo na sa mga pampublikong lugar. Maghugas ng mga kamay gamit ang sabon sa loob ng 20 seconds. Kung walang tubig at sabon, gumamit ng hand sanitizer na hindi bababa ng 60% alkohol. Maglinis at magdisinfekta ng mga madalas na hinahawakan. Iwasang hawakan ng mukha mo. Manatili sa bahay kung may sakit. Tulungan na mabawasan ang paglaganap ng COVID-19 sa pamamagitan ng pag-download ng Guam COVID Alert app sa App Store o Google Play. Protektahan ang sarili, ang iyong mga mahal sa buhay at ang mga mamamayan. Ang pag-iwas ay nakapagliligtas ng buhay. Para sa karagdagang impormasyon, mangyari makipag-ugnayan sa 311 o bisitahan ang aming website sa dphss.guam.gov.
Think about it. This is the 36th anniversary of October named as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. The KUAM Care Force encourages you to think pink this October with our social media presentation, Pink About It, on October KUAM News 5-part series, Awareness is Power, airing from the 19th to the 23rd, featuring a few incredible cancer warriors and the importance of screening and managing this disease. Think Pink is brought to you by Island Cancer Center.
Two groups are the top two spreaders of the virus, Bree.
Right, he gave us a lot of information, basically confirming what we received over WhatsApp.
Yeah.
Not via press release.
Yeah.
But let me just pull it up.
And then they tell you don't believe WhatsApp, but they don't put out any information. So you have to, we end up, if there's a void, people are going to fill it.
Right.
And there's a huge void right now from the governor's communications.
So this is what he confirmed. Highest infection rate area, Dededo and Jigo. Chuukese community, 300% higher than all other communities. Caucasian, military, federal, civil service, next highest. Philippine community, highest in deaths. FSM community, next highest in deaths, although they comprise only 7% of population. Most infections in multi-generational homes. 53 of 69 positive cases from a recent test are from the northern region. There has been a dramatic increase in coronavirus infections in the northern region of Guam. Starting Thursday, the Department of Public Health Social Services Rapid Engagement Team will focus on the northern region, Dededo and Jigo, going house to house to test everyone.
Basically, there's a leak in the cabinet. But thank God someone in that cabinet up at Adelup has the good common sense to get this info out to the people, even if the governor's office chooses not to put it out. So.
Right. We did, though, just get something from the governor's office that According to her executive order, the Department of Administration is now ready to accept claims under the COVID-19 Bereavement Assistance Fund. Again, it was established through executive order to assist families of individuals who have died due to COVID-19 or COVID-19 related complications. It is a one-time grant worth $10,000 per decedent.
One thing here that Dr. Hoa confirmed that is concerning to me is this Caucasian military, federal, civil service are the next highest infections. And, we talk about doing outreach, and they're already doing outreach with the FSM community. I think I need to do an outreach with the Caucasians, just using my Barnett side. I'm going to go over as a Barnett and talk to them, because definitely, man, we got to get more messaging out here, and I think it's got to be more than cute Carabao graphics. I mean, those are cute, right? But we're not all in elementary school. And it's just frustrating that every day we can come on the radio and say there's issues with transparency, there's issues with information, and I don't want it to be true. I don't. But what's that phrase? It is what it is, and it ain't what it's not.
Such wise words. So just real quickly, because this bereavement program, for more information, you can call 475-1103, 475-1103. The claims and instructions, you can get it at hr.doa.guam.gov. That is hr.doa.guam.gov.
There you go. Let's go to the KUAM News Zoom room here, where we do it every year. And, COVID-19 has taken away a lot from us, but it's not going to take away the Great Guam Shakeout. And so we bring on Jenna Gamindi. Blas, good morning, Jenna.
Hi, good morning, Chris and Bree, Jason and the team.
Man, long time no see.
I know, it has been a while. I'm happy to see you guys.
Did they let you out of that bunker over there at Office of Civil Defense or what? They let you out for fresh air?
So we started putting paintings and pictures on the wall that look like the outdoors. So if it's raining, we put up a picture that has a rain
sunny.
symbol.
It's sunny right now. Come on out. The weather's fine, Jenna. So Great Guam Shakeout, it's still happening tomorrow. Just run through the details for us if you could. And I know we have a graphic we're going to pop up while you're talking.
Sure. Okay, great. So our office, again, is promoting the Great Guam Shakeout. This is not only an island-wide earthquake drill. This is actually a worldwide initiative. So Guam is a participant in this earthquake drill. And it's really just practicing your earthquake procedure from wherever you are. And that earthquake procedure, very basic: drop, cover, and hold on. So we're trying to get participation from the island. We want to get registrants from all over, families, those in the business community, schools. The beauty of the Great Guam Shakeout is you can practice your earthquake procedure from the comfort of your own home. We recognize that a lot of people are at home now. A lot of students are learning from home. So we encourage that family participation. And registration is ongoing. The event is happening tomorrow, October 15, at 10:15 in the morning. And the earthquake drill is for 1 minute. So we're asking the community to drop, cover, and hold with us for 1 complete minute.
Okay.
You can find a lot of the resources online at the Great Shake. It's actually shakeout.org, shakeout.org/Guam. And that's where you can register as well.
I know in the past, like last year, you guys got all the schools involved, and is that something that I guess we can't really do this year unless you plan on doing something virtually?
We still have, fortunately, we've had a lot of great participation from the schools. We're still seeing schools register as a unit. So we're seeing them reaching out to, the students in their community, even if it's just virtually, and still registering the number of students they have as participants. But we really want to see that individual and family household unit. We really want to see the participation there, because we recognize a lot of students are going to be at home for this drill. So it's a good time to participate in it with your family members and start talking to the children about it.
Right. All right. Well, is there anything else you wanted to get out?
Just that, right now we're very COVID centric, but we remind the community that there's always going to be different types of natural hazards, earthquakes being one of them. So a lot of the discussion, a lot of news that people are reading, very COVID centric, but we still want people to remember all of the other hazards that we can be experiencing. We're also in typhoon season right now, so it's important to practice your preparedness
your preparedness plan as best as possible, and start keeping those things in the back of your mind and talking to your family and friends about it as well.
Is there anything, you guys going to be sending out any sort of releases about Halloween? I know that that's people are concerned about, about that, when we see kids
Yes,
out on the street.
our office, well, at least our communications piece, are working closely with Department of Public Health, really standing by for that direct guidance from the health professionals from CDC and Public Health.
Okay.
So as we get closer to the date, of course, we look forward to seeing some more information about that.
All right. Well, thank you, Jenna. It's good seeing you. How you doing?
Thank you so much. I'm doing really well. I appreciate you guys' time. So thank you so much for letting us promote. And we hope to see you participate in the Great Shakeout tomorrow, 10:15 a.m. Actually, drop, cover, and hold on. I know that you guys are great partners and typically share the actual sound of the earthquake procedure, the earthquake drill. So we really appreciate your participation.
Of course. Thank you. You take care.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jenna. Looking forward to doing our little videos. It's always fun to try and fit under this desk. It's the only time I do anything under the table. Thank you, Jenna.
Okay, thank you.
Esta Jos. Hey, grab some virtual Buchi Buchi on your way out. It's organic. It's made with agave flour.
Virtual calories as well.
Yes, it's no fat.
Thank you so much.
All right, Esta. 817. This is the link on the breeze. 93.9. Yeah, it's all probably brought to you by Carrier. It's 647 Cool. You have a mic, Jay, if you want to get on.
I was gonna say I've covered enough heavy weather briefings over the years and everything to know that civil defense, their snack game is really, really good. They got like a big.
I heard they have a big vault that's full of kimchi bowl.
They got a big vending machine that's actually really, really cool. And then like you said, they stay in that three floors down, for days on end sometimes and everything like that. So they're pretty well equipped.
I just got on the phone with Mayor Rudy, so we're going to try and get him in on a Zoom in a little bit here. But he said that, he's going to go meet public health over at Zero Down, I think is what he said.
Today?
Yeah, this morning. This morning.
Like what time?
And he's going to Zoom in 20 minutes. He's on his way to the office. But remember, the mayor's office in Jigo was closed down, right, Bree?
Yes, because there was an employee who was in contact with a COVID positive. I want to say they were from the same household. Yeah, I believe it was from the same household. So, it's shut down until further notice. They're probably going to have to... What?
Jay?
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, okay. So the mayor's office up in Jigo is working closely with public health. I'm quoting from our website and our app. However, there will be no interruption in meal delivery services for our island's Manumco.
Okay.
The Jigo mayor's office.
It's 8:20. We'll take a short break, and Superintendent John Fernandez scheduled to come on next here on The Link. It is The Breeze, 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
We have just one voice representing us in Congress, one person to advocate for all of our needs and tell Guam's story to the nation. That's why I'm running to be Guam's next delegate to Congress, to serve as the kind of representative you deserve. But what does a vote for me guarantee? It's a vote for someone who can tell the Guam story, our sacrifices, our struggles, and our triumphs, and why we matter to America. It's a vote for competency in securing more resources from the federal government, not as a handout, but because we are vital to the country. It's a vote for trustworthiness. Integrity and trust are not optional when representing you. They are required. I thank you for allowing me to serve Guam before, and I humbly ask you for your vote again. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KOM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KOM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KOM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
Think about it. This is the 36th anniversary of October named as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. The KOAM Care Force encourages you to think pink this October with our social media presentation, Pink About It, on October 22nd, and our KOAM News 5-part series, Awareness is Power, airing from the 19th to the 23rd, featuring a few incredible cancer warriors and the importance of screening and managing this disease. Think Pink is brought to you by Island Cancer Center.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. He was very upset. He hasn't been talking to the governor. And he floated this kind of, I don't know, it seemed like a crazy idea to bring this 1FC to Guam, and then we're going to pay for it. Like, how are we going to afford to pay for that? They should be paying us. 8:23, we'll talk more about that and reopening tourism, which we didn't really get to discuss so much. Something we will discuss right now, reopening of schools. As GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez joins us in the KUAM News Zoom room. Morning, John.
Hey, good morning, Chris, and good morning, Sabrina and Jason. Yeah, I mean, we have there's so much going on, and every time we come up every Wednesday and you let me go ahead and start, I always have to figure out what to start with, and so happy to answer any questions you guys have about our current, issues and challenges and activities, whether it's laptop distributions, whether it's tracking our missing students. This Friday, we have a board meeting. We're going to be tackling our grading and attendance policy and just a lot going on. But you're right. As we talk about where we are today, we also have to think about where we want to be next week, next month, beginning of the year, and how because if we're going to do whatever we do, we need to plan for what that looks like in case, for instance, in case we get to a point where we're able to go back, to face-to-face instruction at our schools. And I guess I want to make it very clear to our community was that, there's nothing at this point has given us any evidence that we can replace classroom instruction with our online platform. What we're doing right now with distance learning is trying to cope with the pandemic, but we have to get to a point where we want to can have our kids and our teachers and staff safely back in schools. So the key is safely, right? And I think that's been the primary concern for all of us in the community. And as we watch day to day, what we've been looking at is tracking, those key indicators that would give us a sign that we are getting back into a situation where reopening might be an option. So basically, over the past couple of weeks, and definitely probably over the next 2 months, this reopening discussion and what our options are, what our plans are, will be made more public, and we'll have a much more transparent and visible discussion with all of our stakeholders, our board, and our partners. What I've been doing, I kind of shared it in social media just with some of our, some of the folks who pay attention, is we went to the Center for Disease Control to track, to get some updated guidance on school reopenings. And from there, what we've done is put together a preliminary, what we call a dashboard that tracks these indicators over, on a day-to-day basis. And so what I did, a couple weekends ago was sit down with all the joint information reports, the JIC reports, and I just manually pull together all the new cases, the total cases, the kids 0 to 9, 10 to 19, and just track that information way back to July 1st, all the way to today, to try to figure out if that CDC guidance, was lining up with our experience in Guam, and whether it would give us any guidance going forward. And so back in July, when we looked at the statistics, going back into July, we were preparing to reopen. And at that time, if you look at the statistics and the framework, we were in the lower to lowest risk categories. And then, of course, as we got into August, we saw those numbers and statistics, move higher into the high or highest risk categories, and that's where we still are today. And so, we have a lot of advocates in the community, some who are just, very scared of coming back to school, and some who say our kids need to be back in school right away, and let's just see what we can do and try to do that as soon as possible. When we're talking about the Department of Education, it's important that we rely on expert guidance, and we've turned to the CDC for that. And what we want to do is use the CDC guidelines to really help us navigate through the next 2 months. I don't think we're going to be in a position, based on where we are today, to reopen our schools before the end of December. I mean, it looks like, November might be the earliest possible time. And then by that time, it doesn't make sense to open for a couple of weeks and then go on break with the kids. So, the real possibility is looking at January at the earliest and seeing what we need to do to determine whether that will be an option to go back face to face, and then under what terms and conditions. So I've reactivated, or I am reactivating our reopening planning team. We'll be talking with the board at the board meeting this Friday, and then we hope to engage our stakeholders, very publicly, our parents, our teachers, and our students about the options leading into the next semester. So that's kind of where we are with the reopening, conversation.
Right. And, like our good buddy, man, I haven't seen Dr. Cabrera in a minute, but he's got this saying, discussions are not decisions. And that's what you're doing right now, is just discussing this, right, John?
Yeah, again, I think the issue for us is, I was listening to to your show earlier today, and, so many people are going through a lot of stress and a lot of anxieties, but at the same time, we still have to pull it together and plan for the future. And there are things that we can't control necessarily, at least from GDOE standpoint, other than to do our personal best to stay safe. But, the community risk factors that are out there, the number of new cases, the positivity rate, all of those indicators are in the highest risk categories right now. And so that's just where we are. And if we end up being in that same environment in January, it's going to be very difficult to return to face and to assure everybody that we'll be safe. There is we are focused on our mitigating efforts. These are the efforts that we take in school to be safe. So right now we've got supplies that we've purchased, the face masks, the hand sanitizers, the cleaning supplies, the disinfectants. We're working on water bottle filling stations and other supports, plexiglass installation. And so, whatever the case may be, we do expect that those will need to be in place before we can open any of our schools. So while the community health situation is, not necessarily in our control, and, we're working with public health to try to get that in better shape, we are working actively and prepare our school facilities for the possibility of reopening. But, the key thing somebody reminded me is that, sometimes you get all this pressure about making these decisions alone, and trying to make the decisions for the best of everybody. But, as you can tell from your listeners, we probably have parents on all ends of the spectrum about whether it's safe to go back or not. And I just think that as part of the planning and discussions, we're already thinking about doing what we call rapid response surveys to monitor our stakeholder viewpoints and perceptions as we go through this 2-month period, and as we discuss and provide information to them. We need to know that even if the superintendent says, yeah, we're getting to a point and it's safe to come back, that really doesn't matter if all the teachers don't feel the same way, or if our parents don't feel the same way.
Right.
So, it's a little bit more complicated with such a big organization, but we've done a really good job, I think, of trying to allow for a lot of input sessions for parents, for teachers, and for students. And we plan to do a lot of that definitely if we're going to get to a situation where we discuss reopening our school facilities.
Are you considering also scenarios in which maybe you might open schools in the southern part, but not in the northern part of Guam? Because, you know, as we heard earlier today, there's just that's where a lot of the cases are located.
Well, we definitely are. We definitely are working to consider different types of phase-in plans. So for sure, I mean, that was brought up by one of the team members about regional, whether we could do it regionally. So we really have to look closely at that. And of course, this is going to be in real close partnership with public health and our governor and the team there about what will be authorized to do. But yeah, we're open to that. I mean, that was an idea brought up. My concern, of course, is we're such a small island, and if we're not really staying home, and if we've got people circulating around the island, then regional might not be enough of a protection or an assurance. But we are looking at the characteristics for younger kids versus older kids. We do know that many of our special needs students and their families are pushing to see if they can get in school services and whether they can come. So we do want to talk and discuss, different phase-in options so that unlike what we were planning, in August, where everybody would come back on an alternating schedule face-to-face, we might, I think we're definitely going to look at what other options we have to phase it in a little bit more gradually, and then really build the assurance in our community that things are safe. And again, it's not just a matter of supplies and equipment going into the schools. We're also trying to build in the training component, making sure that people feel comfortable understanding what to do if there are incidents, how to properly use our PPEs, a lot of things that go into implementation of those safety procedures. So we do want to allow for that, and not to simply jump back into a broader scale reopening without at least at the front end. So those are all up for discussion. But again, our guiding framework is going to be using the CDC guidance, and then really working on shoring up our school facilities and bringing our stakeholders along with us through regular surveys and input sessions for all of them. So again, I hate to kind of talk about this sometimes, because I know that many of our employees and our families are overwhelmed just kind of getting through the day-to-day operations that were currently underway, much less creating space in our minds for thinking about what's going to happen in 2 months and how do we get ready for that. So, but again, we will definitely keep you updated on those efforts, and it'll be a public discussion for sure.
John, I wanted to ask about progress reports. I got parents messaging that the first quarter ends tomorrow. A lot of them haven't gotten the progress reports. We haven't seen any grades. So what's the status with that? Is it kind of a school by school thing, or is this happening department wide?
We are, this is one of the situations where, first of all, I've listened to the show or been able to listen to it afterwards. And, you guys reached out to me with just trying to get information about certain things that were brought up. And then I just have to say, this morning as well, into your conversation this morning, this is a really high anxiety, high stress environment for many people. I mean, not just from the health standpoint, but definitely for DOE employees and families. And so I'm just going to ask that our community not be too overly anxious about some of the things that would normally happen during the regular school year. So one of those things would be grading and attendance. We get a lot of questions and concerns, and the message that we have to our employees and our schools is, let's be as accommodating as possible right now for all the families, because we know we're making this shift and transition, and things just aren't going to operate like they did last year. So over the last couple of weeks, we've been working with our schools, elementary, middle, and high, on grading and attendance policy for the first quarter, so that we can communicate that out to the public. Unfortunately, we're coming to the end, and the decision will be made, at the board meeting. But where we are today, and Joe Sanchez really led this with a large group of teachers from all levels. It looks like the first quarter, what the recommendation will be is not to use that as a summative grading period, giving the A's, B's, C's, but really as a point in time progress report in terms of where we are this first semester. and that we will look to that second quarter to really be the quarter to be able to provide a a summative grade for the entire semester. So where our parents might have been expecting, okay, let's get a letter grade or a percentage, on the work that's been done to date. And of course, some are concerned about whether that would be fairly given out, given the circumstances and the different models of learning. What we're trying to get done is to enable our teachers and administrators and our parents to say, look, let's get a progress report for where we are at the end of first quarter. Some of our kids have been able to easily connect and be up to speed since the first day of school. Some haven't. Some have been working through the hard copies. There's so many different types of issues have come up. We didn't think it would be fair and an accurate assessment to use our regular grading policy for that purpose. So we are going to address that on Friday officially. But from my understanding, today we have a work session with the board, and the recommendation from our teachers is to, again, use the first quarter as a progress report. Now, where grades really matter is at the high school level. The high school level is where those grades matter for, and the, as you go through the year. So, the high school will, that's going to be a little bit more complicated as we get into the second quarter. But for now, what we're saying is first quarter, please don't stress out about it. Don't stress out about it that, if you get that you're going to get your A or B or C and it's not deserved because of this circumstance or that circumstance, or look, you know what, we want you to be in touch with your teacher. We want you to be able to have a conversation about where your kids are doing well or not well, and how do we address all these issues that may affect your particular circumstance. But, it's not a time to be overly focused on the first quarter grade like we might have been in prior years.
I mean, but
so,
my kids are doing all the first quarter work though, John.
no, they should get assessed, and they should be provided the. But as far as the actual results, I mean, at the second quarter at this point is status quo. So by the time you get your semester grades, that should all be reflected. But I think for others who may have had different circumstances, the work's there, but the teachers may not feel they have enough evidence for everybody to get a grade, and the number of students in that category, it just might not be a fair assessment to issue grades. Again, for our elementary, middle school students, that's it's less of a consequence than it would be for high schoolers. So that's why there's been a lot of discussion with the teachers. But by second semester, there will be a grade for second semester, and that's being discussed as well as part of this policy discussion. But let me say, Chris and Sabrina, if I could, just I heard a couple of days ago, a parent on the radio, a lot of parents expressing some of the issues they may or may not be seeing. And when I look on social media, it's always a back and forth because we know many of our teachers are working hard, and sometimes they're quick to jump in and defend what's happening or support and explain what's happening. But I have to say this, the best solution really is for the teacher and the administrator to be sitting down and kind of working through those specific issues for those specific children. So in the case of the caller, even though I know it was anonymous, we didn't know who the parent was, and we have reached out, and there is a meeting set up so we can have the administrator kind of focus in on what those complaints were, because they weren't aware. And I think they definitely know that there are complaints, and they need to address it and resolve it. And we encourage that they just stay in communication, because I think at this point, if you got your teachers, administrators, and parents on different pages, it's just not going to be great for the student, and we're going to have this level of frustration that we heard on the radio a couple of days ago. So again, I know she was concerned not just about health, about the hard copy situation, the fears about COVID-19, how things are going to be graded. Again, we're all in the same boat. It's a different situation this year. And again, I think a sit down with the administrator and teachers who are involved will help us, resolve those issues. And we just want to open that door for all parents who feel that frustration.
Right. And speaking of frustration, months ago, the Department of Education was awarded that stabilization funds, I think, from USDOE. And the plan was to use some of it for, I want to say, behavioral health and wellness of the students. What happened to that program?
No, I mean, that's mostly going to be a sort of a training and a train-the-trainer type of support that we were able to do earlier in the year. And I guess the question really is about, on an ongoing basis, how we can continue to provide that support when there's no face-to-face.
Oh, so it's only only
Yeah,
for
I
face
think,
to face.
yeah, I do think a lot of it was really focused on, as we got back to the beginning of the year, making sure our teachers and staff, were able to transition back. And when kids started in those first weeks, really, really ensure that kids are in a place where they can focus on learning. So it's been really frustrating having to not be able to come back physically, but we understand why. And so, a lot of our social workers that are deployed right now are actually focusing on what we consider to be maybe the more worrisome situation right now are those students who haven't been in contact at all with the schools. And so, I think at this point we have about 1,000 students left. We started with about 4,000 beginning of the year, brought that down to about 2,800, turned it over to the social workers and attendance officers to really focus in on repeated attempts to contact students. And we have about 1,000 left. Of those 1,000, I think 800 of them are really requiring home visits because there's been no success in reaching them, with all the efforts been put in. And there's about 200 that we're still calling. Hopefully, we'll connect with them. Once we get to a situation where home visits are possible, the plan is to go and see what's happening with those students.
Thank you, John, so much for your time this morning. We do have some organic, free range baked pumpkin turnover in the Zoom room. It's virtual, so if you want to grab a few for the staff.
I want the virtual cinnamon rolls. That's what I'm looking for, but I'll have to come back at another.
Yeah, cinnamon rolls are on Thursday. You come on Wednesday. See you, John. Thank you.
Thanks for the progress report.
Yeah, we got our progress report.
Yeah, from the secret passing grade.
Right. Let's go right back into the KUAM News Zoom room where they just do a quick sanitize with industrial strength sanitizers. Where we have from Public Health, EC Medical Operations Chief Chima Mbakwem, and he's joined by the Public Information Officer Janella Carrera. Chima, I know you've only got a few minutes because as we broke on the show this morning, you're meeting with the mayor. I know there's going to be some testing with the Rapid Engagement team up in Jigo. So what can you tell us about mitigation plans for positive cases in households with multiple people? And by the way, good morning. Welcome to the show. Unmute.
Yeah. Good morning, and thank you for having me. What we're doing is active case finding, and normally when you do active case finding, you're going into the community to make sure that all the people who are suspected to be infected based on the EP study in that area or based on the case rates, those individuals are detected early and a suppression and a containment strategy put in place. So for large families, with your question, if we identify a large family with a lot of positive cases there, the mitigation plan will be the same as we always do with such large families. The family home will become the isolation site. That's what it's going to be basically, because everyone in that house is infected. So removing them to the government facility or removing them to any other place wouldn't solve any problem. It's better to keep them at home, but public health just will not keep them at home. We have a wraparound service that we also provide for such families that are in isolation because they can't leave their home. We have social workers who do the initial assessment to find out what level of help they can access on their own between family and friends. If we identify that they cannot take care of themselves, then we come in to provide all the basic things that they need to sustain them for that 14 days that they'll be in isolation, or 10 days, depending on what the medical doctor how long the medical doctor decides to keep them based on their symptoms. And also we do the regular symptom monitoring for them, because notwithstanding that they are in isolation at home, we also need to make sure that they are monitored daily in case any of them deteriorates, so that we'll be able to provide the needed help or take them to the hospital. So that is what we're going to do.
Does this start yesterday or this starting today? Or tomorrow?
We're going in today for the first initial assessment. You know, we need to really understand where we're going, what is in place. You know, it will help us, you know, go back and look at our plan one more time before we engage tomorrow, because that engagement is going to be a one-time engagement in a community that we really feel that would need the help that public health would provide. So we just need to make sure that we have all our ducks in a row.
And who all is going to do this assessment? And is it just public health? I'm wondering who's on the rapid engagement team.
I think I'll defer to Janela to answer.
So part of the team that's going out to do the assessment, we have, you know, public health. We have, I believe Mayor Rudy Martinani is going to be meeting with us. I believe DPW is going to assist with us as well. Leaders from the FSM community. So we're going to go out and, you know, look at the area, make sure that we're able to actually go in and set up our canopies, set up our mobile lab, ensure that we have space there available. And that's what we're doing today, so that by the time we're ready to engage tomorrow, everything is situated. We can go out and do this successfully.
And where is this?
I believe we're going to be meeting up in the Gigo gym this morning, Chima, if I'm right. We're going to be meeting there. And then we're going to start with the Gil Baza.
Right.
Get the two confused. The Gil Baza subdivision.
Chima, you talked about mitigation plans if we have a house where everybody in it is infected. What's the mitigation plan where, let's say, for example, you have adults in the house and children, and only the adults are positive? What then happens with the kids? Do the adults go to the isolation facility, or what's the protocol for that?
I think the scenario you just painted can be the other way around too. You know, so those determinations are made based on a lot of elements. If you have a household where you have an elderly person with kids who are not infected, you have to understand that if you're looking at doing a home assessment and you're seeing that the individuals live in a closed environment, maybe the child may not test positive at that point, but can test positive later down the line. So if you're going to take that child out, the point is you're going to expose other people to someone who's a close contact to a positive case. So we'll rather leave the kid at home, you know, because the kid's incubation period is not enough for us to detect the virus. So that situation alone will not define what we'll do, but we'll work with the family to see if they have family members, you know, that can take over the child to look after the child. If that scenario is not there, then it's just a very unfortunate situation, but it's just that we have to really address it carefully. So it's not something I would address without looking at other circumstances surrounding that situation.
You know, we had Dr. Hoa Wen, the chair of the Physician Advisory Group, on earlier, and he talked about the highest infection rate and the two ethnic groups. Well, one ethnic group was the Chukis. So can you kind of talk about the efforts you guys have to outreach into these communities to kind of raise awareness? And I know this morning is a big part of that, right?
Yeah. So, you know, looking at the case rates around the island, you know, it's now becoming obvious where we're having more cases, and looking at the historical, looking at history amongst some of these communities, you identify that this problem, the COVID problem, is just not the only problem in these communities. And then public health has been working with these communities to try to mitigate all these health challenges that they have. So this is nothing different, but it's also what we're doing now, coming together with the community to work as one. Yesterday, our team met with the Consul General for the FSM, And then we actually looking at expanding some of our strategies and working with community members. One of those is to identify community members that will be trained as contact tracers within the community due to cultural and language barriers. So these are some of the mitigation strategies that we're going to be using going down the line. The challenges of incorrect phone numbers, incorrect home addresses can be solved by working with the community. So we're looking at partnering with these communities, and looking at solving their problem using the uniqueness that they have, and then public health bringing in their technical expertise to work as one unit to solve this problem. While we're looking at the general population, we are now going to identify peculiar situations and then adapt to solve those challenges within those areas.
What about Dr. Ho also confirmed that Caucasians and military, federal civil service workers were the second largest group of infection rate. So are we having any conversations with the military community or the anything like that, Doc, or Chima, to address this?
So, when you look at those numbers, what you're going to look at is who is going out, how many people are going out to get tested within those communities. When you test more people in these communities, you get more numbers. So just looking at the numbers alone and basing it on that at this point, I think is not. How can I describe it? I think it's just an ongoing battle with the virus, So as of today, we have those numbers within these communities. Public health is working in there to help them resolve this problem. Tomorrow it might be another community. So what we're looking at is what is the driver for these numbers. So it's just not looking at the numbers. What is driving these numbers? What do we do to actively correct it? Maybe the FSM community is testing more. Maybe the military community is testing more. The ones with the low numbers are not testing enough. So these are situations that we also have to look into. So trying to just look at numbers alone, without finding out what is going on behind those numbers becomes a challenge. So for us at Public Health, when we see those numbers, we work with those numbers to address that situation at that point. But still looking at it holistically, is one community, is an airborne disease, we want to open the island. And when we open the island, is a mobile community. So all these little pockets that we've identified that we're going into to try to suppress the disease in those areas, if we open up, these individuals are the same people that will mix with the other groups that are basically not identified now. But, so we just use the numbers to solve the problem. So,
right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying that if we're mobilizing this huge response to address the first group with the high infection rate, I'm just wondering what are we doing to address the second? That was all.
I think there's raw data that needs further investigating. I think that's it warrants further investigation because the data is so raw, and our team, like our epidemiological team, is still looking into some of the data that we're presented with. In the Caucasian population, there are many factors that we still need to look into. It could be dependent on age, dependent on many other factors, underlying health conditions, whether that could be related to behaviors, and then with the FSM community, other factors as well. And so when the data is so raw, it warrants further investigation.
Right. I'm just saying that if we're acting on this data that's so raw already with the FSM community, what are we doing to have a conversation? I mean, with the Admiral or something like, hey, what's going on? That's all.
So with the military community, we have a very mutual working relationship with them. So if I think with the numbers, it's easy for us to sit down and talk with them if we need to talk to them about anything that is any challenges that we see. But I mean, looking at the numbers, it's also easy for you to identify that they are also testing enough, to identify these people in in their community. So it does, like I said, the huge numbers at this point doesn't really mean that we are in these communities are are the ones driving the epidemic, but it basically means that they're either testing more, and we're seeing more of these cases in these places, and then it makes it easier for us to go into these communities to mitigate. So with the military and with DOD, like I said, it's easy for us to sit down because we've been working with them to really fight the epidemic, so the pandemic. So there's nothing really difficult about sitting down with them and looking at how to work together to reduce our numbers.
Right.
Right.
And the
Chief
military.
brings up a good point on that. Whereas with the FSM community, you know, we, of course, which is what we're doing now, we need to work a little bit harder with them because, you know, there is that cultural and language barrier. And that's why there is an emphasis in working with them. And that's, you know, the rapid engagement team, which, you know, and I was listening to what Dr. Nguyen was talking about earlier today. You know, this is not just a one-time thing. This is something that, you know, if we need to mobilize a rapid engagement team for other purposes down the road, we will do that as well.
And so you mentioned Gil Baza in Jigo. What about, we're hearing Zero Down?
Yes, zero down as well. And so those are some of the areas that we're looking into, but, you know, it's not limited to that. If, you know, if we feel in the future, there may be other areas that we're looking into, but we're focusing, of course, in the northern region. But those are two pockets of areas that we're looking into right now.
Right.
Anywhere in Dededo? I don't know if Zero Down is in Dededo, but do you guys plan on going to Dededo as well?
For now, we're focused on those two areas. And, you know, we're meeting with the FSM Consulate General and other leaders in the FSM community. But if there are other areas where we feel that more targeted testing is needed, then we will discuss other areas as well.
How many, do you have an idea of like the population in the Gil Baza and Zero Down areas?
You know, I'm not too sure what the population is in those areas. I probably something that Mayor Rudy Matinani might have.
Right. And so how's this going to work? So you're going to go and do the assessment today and then do the rapid testing tomorrow?
We spent the whole of Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday going through our plan. So we have a very detailed plan about what we want to do. But this initial assessment is to make sure that what we have on paper matches what we see on ground. So that if there are last-minute adjustments that we need to make, we can make them today so that we can mobilize. The whole intention is to go in and try to support this community by testing and isolating and quarantining the close contacts. But I wanted to use this opportunity to thank you for the questions you're asking, because I think these are the right questions based on the fact that the numbers for the past 8 or 6 months that we've been fighting the epidemic, the numbers have been misrepresented. People are just looking at the numbers. But right now, public health is actually making it open that we are using those numbers for intervention. We never came out openly to let the public know what we're doing with those numbers because everybody was interested in just the numbers. But those raw numbers were actually translated to intervention. So this is the first time that we're publicly coming out to show what we're doing. But initially, if you look at the increased testing in the community, when public health gave out those testing machines to the private clinics, that was a strategy to expand testing in the community. That was how we started getting all these numbers. So for us at public health, we use numbers, just not for numbers' sake, but we use those numbers to actually target interventions that are going to reduce the epidemic, the pandemic on the island. So this is a true indication that public health actually acts on those numbers. But this is the first time we're actually coming out, because of the community that is involved. Right. That's why it looks like it's visible. But we've been doing this since the epidemic, using those numbers to actually target places where we feel where we see a growing number of people with the virus, and then also increasing our testing capabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Chima. Yeah, I love the visibility, and I think when people know that you're out there, you're running these numbers down, you're using these numbers, you're getting stuff from the data. I think no one is really calm, but it really kind of shows that they're out there doing it. Okay, they're out there fighting the virus. So I appreciate your time and the visibility this morning, Janelle. Before we let you go, I'm getting a lot of comments about McCrouts over the weekend. I know you saw the videos going around. I guess what could you tell us about the interaction with that establishment, which appeared in the video to be violating the public health restrictions on the operation of that type of business? And then if you could also tell us, were there any fines or any type of other enforcement action that was levied upon McCrouts down in Malolo?
Yeah. So, go ahead, Chima, if you wanted to comment.
No, I was gonna say I was gonna defer to you to answer I'm the operations guy here. So.
Yeah.
Sure. And I don't know if you need Chima to stay back.
No, he can go. Yeah. Chima, go meet the mayor. He's waiting.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Chima.
Thanks, Chima. Right
All
on.
right.
We'll see you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Chima.
Okay, Janella.
So over the weekend, there was a video circulating and some pictures circulating of McCrouts, crowded restaurant, indoors and outdoors. So GPD did go out to McCrouts, and our team also did respond as well. We did issue a citation. Some violations were observed, and we did speak with the owner of McCrouts and noted those violations to him. Some of the violations were corrected on the spot, and some we gave him 24 hours to correct others. In addition to some of the observations that we made, we also did a regular food inspection, and that resulted in a B rating. And then there was another visit that was made, I think the other night, because another complaint was made. And so public health went out and visited again. And this complaint was another large crowded gathering indoors and outdoors as well. However, when public went out to visit, that was unsubstantiated, at least during the visit, public health's visit. There was no indoor or outdoor gathering that was found. However, public health did note that McCrouts did not have an organization-specific plan that was submitted, so they were given 24 hours to submit that organization-specific plan. So those are the observations that were found from McCrouts.
So were they fined when you say issued a citation? Can you tell us a little bit more? Is there a penalty attached with that?
Well, they're asked to submit that, and then we'll see going forward if they can submit that. And we always give the organization, the establishment, that ability to correct those violations. And then moving forward, we'll see if they can, make those corrections.
Have we had any contact trace, any testing at all stem from that event over the weekend?
I'm not aware of any at this point. And really, even if there were any, I'm not at liberty to discuss that.
Okay.
So were they ever shut down? I'm sorry, I heard about the citations and given 24 hours to correct the problem, but were they shut down?
No, they were not shut down, but they were, advised and admonished to follow the rules. During the first visit, I know the owner did note that he will follow the appropriate signage, display of signage, and noted that he will, tell his patrons to wear masks, and will stop allowing patrons to dine inside of the restaurant. Because I from what what I recall is that he was allowing his patrons to dine inside of his restaurant.
Right.
And so he did note that he would stop allowing that to occur at his establishment.
So what would you say to people who other businesses who play by the rules and they say, oh, this is a slap on the wrist for breaking the rules?
Well, I wouldn't call it a slap on the wrist. I mean, we did go out. GPD did go out. We issued the citation. We noted the violations. We admonished him, and from what we can see, he is not allowing that to occur anymore. And when there was another complaint, we went out and we visited again. We're monitoring. We're ensuring that this is not going to occur. And we cited him a second time because he didn't submit his organization-specific plan. And so we're keeping an eye on this, and if repeat violations occur, we're going to continue to, make sure that he adheres to, whatever policies are in place.
Thank you, Janella.
Not a problem. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, appreciate your time. Grab some Pusted on your way out. It's virtual. It's no calorie.
I hear you guys have some really great desserts. Pumpkin turnover, is that what it is?
Yeah, it's a baked pumpkin turnover, low to no fat with agave flour, organic.
Low to no fat.
Yeah. So grab a few for the staff. Thanks, Janella.
Take care.
Okay, bye.
All right.
Wash your hands. 9:08. We take a short break. Coming back with KUAM News' Decision 2020. Next on the link, it's The Breeze 93.9. We are KUAM FM in Agotnya, Guam.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We have just one voice representing us in Congress, one person to advocate for all of our needs and tell Guam's story to the nation. That's why I'm running to be Guam's next delegate to Congress, to serve as the kind of representative you deserve. But what does a vote for me guarantee? It's a vote for someone who can tell the Guam story, our sacrifices, our struggles, and our triumphs, and why we matter to America. It's a vote for competency in securing more resources from the federal government, not as a handout, but because we are vital to the country. It's a vote for trustworthiness. Integrity and trust are not optional when representing you. They are required. I thank you for allowing me to serve Guam before, and I humbly ask you for your vote again. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
The Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Shopping Fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the third annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KUAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kuam.com or visit kuam.com.
Kids medicine mayor research ne kisara February sawal COVID-19. Mi burin nageri warawat at si posopwero ne ferie petire semwen. Awarauru fito awen seri kots. Porporaiwe puet nuporam nofeten. Terupom non ukukun ruwe seken. Terugeri soap mekorik. Ikeseor soap mekorik. Kewe hand sanitizer mayor orupesen arukornan. Terufiji ekoreri me pise karavasra Son atapa, kesapatapa, wan mesom, nawatireim, ikeapuren me fisemwe. Epetin marao, me marawen atsikitseng faviri, pan marawatskits medicine. Epeti sawal, me amarawakits. Retit sikirei poraus, katogeri kakeri irgatewe, iketawan, ewe website tphss.com.gov/Japur. Translation is made possible by a grant from the U.S. Department of Interior, Office of Insular Affairs.
Yeah, pretty interesting with that McCrouch thing because I'm getting messages here that other businesses were shut down for repeat violations and not submitting the plan within the required time of the citation. So
Aye.
really inconsistent. I mean, you want to send a message, or else don't.
The only thing consistent is it's been inconsistent.
Playing this for Zero Down, all my people up north. Living in what they call multi-generational households. What does that mean? It's like how we grew up with grandma, and grandpa, grandma, and like 12 cousins and 4 uncles and 5 aunties in the same house. I slept on a recliner that didn't recline. I was lucky we got the single-space futon. 9:13. Good morning. It's the 14th day of October. Let's jump into our KUAM News Decision 2020 candidate interviews, where we have in the KUAM News Zoom room. I think they already helped themselves to some of our virtual coffee. Republican candidate and former Senator Frank Blas Jr. We have Republican candidate, newcomer to politics, Dominic Hernandez. And on the Democrat side, we have candidate for Senator Frank Leon Guerrero. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Just to clue you in on the format, we're going to give you guys a 1-minute opening statement, and then Bree and I will shoot off 2 minutes to respond, and then we'll give you a 2-minute closing statement. And we will cut you when the time is up, so heads up on that. And we'll go ahead and start our 1-minute opening statements now, and we'll start with former Senator Frank Blas Jr. Your 1-minute opening statement starts now, Senator.
Well, thank you, Chris, Bree, Jason, KUM crew. Thank you very much for giving us this platform, the opportunity to be able to speak to you and the people of Guam. My name is Frank Blas Jr. I was prior in the legislature, took some time off and come back into the private sector. And boy, have we learned a lot. And, we've got a challenge that's ahead of us as a result of what's happening today on our island and throughout the world. So we got a lot of rebuilding to do. And one of the things that I think that is first and foremost in rebuilding is the confidence and the trust that our island and our community should have in its leaders. And I'd like to be able to start to fix that so that we can, again, revive and fix this economy that we have. There's going to be life after 2020. And, where we go is going to be dependent on the kind of leadership and the kind of decisions that are going to be made, not just by the legislature or by ALU, but by the people of Guam. And I'd like to be able to be that voice. My name is Frank Blas Jr., and I'm glad to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We'll go on now to Democrat candidate Frank Leon Guerrero. Frank, your 1-minute opening statement starts now.
Chris and Bree, KUM, the people of Guam. Here's the situation right now. We're in a pandemic situation, and we've got all these people that are struggling just to make the daily ends meet. And what I need to bring over here, it's not about my background or anything else, but I would like to offer that background. And here's the situation where people need hope right now. This is going to be a long-term situation, the pandemic, and people have to understand that this is not going to go away overnight. So I changed my purpose and stuff. I changed my purpose. So my purpose right now is like, well, I'm going to take my skills, my expertise, and give people hope, because people are scared. There's not a day that people go by without hearing some kind of human tragedy or economic loss.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Frank. Moving on, Republican candidate Dominic Hernandez. You have 1 minute opening statement. Dominic, your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. Good morning, Guam. Good morning, KUAM family. My name is Dominic J. Hernandez. I'm one of the new candidates that's running this year for the election. And as they've all been saying, we have many issues ahead of us that we need to deal with, especially because of the pandemic. And I'm going to do everything within my power to try to help you out, get you going, and progress forward, especially with rebuilding our economy and getting as many jobs as we can back. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. And we'll just jump right into my first question. It kind of seems like as a government and even as an island, we've gone soft on crystal methamphetamine. It used to be back in the day, if you brought in pounds of the stuff, they would keep you in jail. Nowadays, you bring in 5 pounds, they let you out on pretrial release. We don't have a concerted effort with the Guam Police Department to combat this other pandemic that we're living under, which is the rapid, the just prevalence of crystal meth out in the streets. Drug dealers are not being brought to trial. There's no enforcement, really. So what would you do if elected to improve the government of Guam's response to the crystal methamphetamine epidemic? And we'll start with Senator Frank Blas Jr. 2 minutes to respond, starting now.
Hey, thank you, Chris. Interesting. In my prior life, I served in the Guam Police Department along with Frank Leon Guerrero. But at the time that I was in the police department, my last tour of duty was actually as the commander of the drug unit, the Special Investigations Unit. I also served as a group supervisor for the DEA task force. Okay, I was around when the ICE pandemic, or when the ICE epidemic started up. And one of the things I found is, and it's to no fault of law enforcement. Yes, but Chris, the law enforcement finds that when they are successful in the year when you take off 30% of the drugs that come up, that hit the streets. 30%. That when you think about it, okay, so there's 70% more that's out there. And I found that when we were in my drug enforcement days, it was almost a revolving door, if you will. Yes, there was some frustration in some part when we would spend hours upon days upon months of investigating drug crimes, only to find that, at the end of the day, they're on pre-trial release, or, they've got sentences that we thought, were too lenient. That said, though, is one of the things that we found is that when you take off a drug dealer, just almost instantaneously, somebody takes his place. And one of the reasons why is because there's a demand for the drug. And so over the years, and what I've begun to surmise is look, if we want to be successful in being able to deal with this issue, we've got to deal with all aspects of this so-called war. It's not just enforcement. There's a prevention side and there's a rehabilitation side. We've got to be able to bolster those two other components of this. And then, because I've got the feeling that, drug use and drug trafficking in Guam is like supply and demand.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay?
Time's up.
So you take
Time's up, Senator.
Demand, you take up the supply.
Time's up.
Okay?
Thank you.
So that's how I like to do it.
Thank you. Please stop when I say time's up. Dominic Hernandez, you have 2 minutes to respond to the question, starting now.
Thank you, Chris. I believe there's actually 3 ways we should attack it. One, like Frank Blas had said, is we need to focus on the people, especially when it comes to rehabilitation and education about the use of drugs and how can it affect people in our community overall. That is one way to combat it. The other way is through enforcement, getting more task force out there, especially to combat the situation with all the drug dealers and getting them off of the streets. Quite frankly, it seems like these days, they're just out there in the open almost. And then the other thing we need to do as well is focus on the judicial system, passing laws and bills to ensure that we enforce against these drug dealers so that they get the proper punishment and not just be released back out in the streets like nothing had happened. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Dominic. Frank Leon Guerrero, you have 2 minutes to respond to the question, starting now.
Hey, this is a great group here because we're all thinking on the same page. Also, I myself have been in law enforcement, so when we did the ICE war, we hit it for full force out of the street. So we started just working with all the dealers, all the users, and so you have to make an impact with law enforcement. Get them out there. Then the other side of it is that once we apprehend them, if they're, like was mentioned, if we run it to the judicial system, and it's them who throws them right back out on the street. So there's got to be, those are the things that need to be addressed because it's the battle is always going to be there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Frank.
Okay. In the wake of soaring unemployment and mounting business closures, as we speak, the Chamber of Commerce is holding a community rally. They're probably on their way to Adelup right now, and then they're going to head over to the Guam legislature. And so their reason for doing this is because they want to show solidarity and ask those in office, our elected leaders, to remember them. and that the private sector needs help. If elected, how will you help the private sector? And we'll start with you, Dominic.
Thank you, Bree. One of the first things we have to do is progress forward. I'm not saying we have to open up rapidly or just open up everything at once, but we have to have a plan in place to progress forward, to be able to get these businesses back up and running so that they have a chance of survival, and so that people out there who are unemployed can get jobs back or possibly get new jobs. You know, I just heard recently before I came on that the Tango Theaters in Agania just shut down permanently. You know, businesses are closing their doors left to right. We need to progress forward rather than staying in limbo and hoping for a vaccine to come out or whatever the case may be. Because even under PCOR 1, for that 6 weeks where everything was completely shut down, the numbers were going up and down, especially with cases. So at this point, you know, I'm not saying we need to open everything up. We do need to do it safely. We need to do it cautiously, but we need to progress forward nonetheless. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank, Leon Guerrero.
Thanks, Bree. I agree that we need to open up and get everyone working together. We're doing a great job. The island is doing a great job trying to address this pandemic. We're doing the social distancing, the masking, everything. We know that it works, and that's nationwide, that's worldwide. We know that it's working. So we need to get our foot back in the economy. One thing you have to understand is we are living on an island, and everything is totally dependent on also the airlines, the shipping industry. So it doesn't matter that you open up all the businesses. If there's no customers to come in and service you, then you are still stuck. So let's take the little steps. Let's take care of our people, get them back in, and from that, we'll work in the economy and move forward.
Senator Blas?
Well, thank you, Bree. You know, it's interesting. That's an interesting question too. I do have a plan, and I unveiled it. I rolled it out a couple weeks ago, along with candidate Vince Bora. And the plan is basically RX5. It's Guam's prescription for economic recovery. And you're right. You know, businesses. Dominic has said it today's paper. The couple more businesses are closing. How many more of that are we going to have? As a business owner myself, that provides services to other businesses and families, almost on a daily basis, I find people that are finding it difficult to be able just to make the premium payments on insurance. I've lost 11 businesses because they had to shut down. Something has to be done. And so we've come up with a plan called, again, RX5, Guam's prescription for economic recovery. And it's basically 5 components. You have your rethink, your retool, remake, rebuild, and rebound. And each of these components work in tandem, in sync with each other, so that we can start to look at not just what we've lost or what we stand to gain, but what we need to do so that we can lift up. You know, people can't wait until next year. I encourage, you know, anybody in the legislature today, they want to use the plan, run with it. Our people need help today. And unfortunately, for the 3 of us that are here, we can't do things until come January. But I will tell you that one of the very first things that the 36th Guam legislature would need to do is to bring back this economy, is to get it back on its feet. And I've got a plan to be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Next question. What letter grade, A through F, would you give the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration's handling of this pandemic, and why? And we'll start with Frank LG. You have 2 minutes to respond to the question, starting now.
That is a totally difficult question, but thank you anyway. I give them a grade, I say around a B. And you have to understand that this is a pandemic, and none of you that are alive sitting in front of me have been through a pandemic before. I can tell you that right now. The last pandemic was many years before us and stuff like that. So we need to learn this. We're learning this curve. We need to get people out. We're looking at outside help. And what's happening is we're getting support from the federal government. That's what's keeping us afloat, guys. That's what's keeping us afloat. We can't do this ourselves. We're not going to survive with all the ideas and stuff like that on the island with just the money that we have right now. You know, the federal government is throwing in money, and that's what's keeping us afloat. If you're thinking about getting the economy back, without the people, it's not going to happen.
Thank you, Frank. Dominic, 2 minutes starts now.
I would have to say, honestly, a C. And I say that because, yes, it's a pandemic. Many of us have never dealt with it. None of us have dealt with it, and none of us knew what to do, especially in the very beginning. So I don't fault her for making a lot of the decisions in the beginning for what she did, being that it was completely unknown. However, throughout all these months, given all the circumstances and the many things we have learned, especially about the virus itself, there are many things she could have done better. One example is I just heard the other day about there's $65.6 million in our CARES Act fund still available as of August 31st that was reported. Those funds could have been used in all kinds of ways to help people. And I'm not saying we have to use all of it, but GURA was going out and giving rental relief and mortgage relief, but they only had like $700,000 available to do it. We could have taken a few million from the CARES Act and try to help that so that people can get rent relief, mortgage relief, and so forth, and many other assistance programs we could have done better with the funds rather than just keeping it there and letting it sit there as it currently is, last reported as of August 31st. So I give her a C because overall, like I said, many of it was unknown, it was unexplored, so it was something we had to work with. But now that we got better knowledge and better understanding of things and we have funds available and so forth, we can take more action to do more stuff to help people. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. Senator Frank, 2 minutes to respond starting now.
Thanks, Chris. You know, I just find it interesting. I remember when you and I and Bree would used to sit in the after party shows, at the end of the month or so. That was one of the questions that the two of you were trying to pry from me, and as far as what the letter graded I was going to give to an administration. Well, in this situation, D minus, at best, or D plus at best, C minus. And I say this because, contrary to what has been said, there has been a pandemic that we've had to go through. We've had SARS. We've had swine flu. This is COVID-19. There were the previous episodes of COVID. Granted, it wasn't at the scale, but there were opportunities to be able to learn, and there was that opportunity to learn. I wrote the SARS and the pandemic response for the nation, when I was the Homeland Security Advisor. And so that said and I recognize and I know that prior to the lockdown, prior to all of the implementation of the executive orders, there were exercises that were conducted by members of the administration on what to do just in case. What happened to that plan? I knew the plan exists because I wrote it. And then to see that you're not implementing, you were implementing in the early stages those portions of the plans that you could have implemented and then learn from that and then continue and do things. It just astounds me. It really astounds me. So obviously, yes. Could there have been the things that were better done? Yes. Should have been done? Definitely. And so is there time? And there needs to be time, and there has to be time to be able to correct it? Hopefully so too. We need for them to step up, and we need the legislature to step up too as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. We've heard from different people about, and I think even you, Senator Blush, you mentioned it about this, the trust issue with our elected leaders. What assurances can one of you provide that if elected, you will put politics aside and the people first? And we'll start with you, Frank. Leon Grow.
Thank you, Bree. And here's the situation, and that's why all of us, Dominic, Frank, we need to work together. We have professional training behind us. And I see that it is lacking in our current administration. So the three of us, at least, are going to step forward. We're to bring professional help, and it's not fast enough, okay? It's not fast enough, but this is what we're going to do. We're going to work on that, prioritize the rapid response, and get the people out, get information, because some of the trouble that's going on right now with the administration is, like we know, they have not encountered this kind of pandemic situation. So the responses are what are we going to do next? So we know what we're going to do next. We were going to prioritize these things. Frank, that was 2009, 2010. Yes, that was many years ago. People have forgotten. Okay, so we need to bring up this information. So it's an education process that will pull everything up from the old days and say, look, but where are we today? We are much better than the world was many, many years ago when millions and millions of people died worldwide. If you go back to the Asian, the Spanish flu, there was like 50 million people that died. Okay, why? Because perhaps they didn't have the protective gear, they didn't have education, they didn't have all these other information technology. We have it now, so this is what we're going to take and move forward. Okay, so I think you got to look at, this is going to be a challenge for the 36th Guam legislature, but I'm ready and believe we're all ready for it. I'm not speaking for myself. I'm here to reach out and help the people of Guam. Okay, I'm not trying to.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you. And again, the question is, what assurances can you provide to the people that you will put politics aside and the people first? And we'll start with next with Senator Blas.
Well, it's going to have to work that way. And Frank's right. You know, we can sit and we can argue. You know, I remember one time a media reporter had said, you know, you've got to be schizophrenic to be a politician. You know, you fight, you know, against each other on one thing, and then you join hands on another. But it's necessary because you take what you believe and you take the information that you represent from your constituents into the hall so that you can come to a compromise. Politics is the art of compromise. And that's the only way it's going to be able to work. You got to be able to reach across the aisle. You know, my father once told me, he says, you know, being a Republican or Democrat is basically an August to November thing. After that, if you win, all right, it's not a matter of, you know, you're not going to help this person because they didn't vote for you, or you're not going to help that person because they were a different party. No, that's what you were voted in to do, is to help the individuals. So you've got to put the partisan politics aside. And I've been able to do that. In my previous terms of the legislature, you know, I served in the minority for God's sake. I needed to be able to have majority votes to be able to get things done. The only way that you get things done is you work, you know, with your colleagues. It's not a matter of Republican or Democrat. Granted, yes, there's going to be that partisan type rah-rah rhetoric that's going to happen. But at the end of the day, it's what's good for the people of Guam. I'll meet Dominic sometime, you know, down the street. So, you know, at Ross in Tumining. I'll meet Frank, you know, at Happy Martin Barragata. We've got to be able, we recognize, we live on this island together. We're it. And so we've got to be able to, you know, put the differences aside when it comes to partisan politics, recognize what differences we have when we talk to an issue, and what is that compromise so that we can do what's best for the people. I've done it before, I'll do it again.
Thank you. Dominic?
Thank you. Like you said earlier, many people have trust issues with the governments, and I'm not going to lie, I'm one of them. I'm always questioning certain things and what's going on and why it's being done a certain way. And that's what you need. You need leadership to go in there, and you need them to look into problems and look into situations and question it. You know, don't get me wrong. Do I want everybody to come to a common consensus? Of course I do. But there's nothing wrong with questioning and going around and investigating, figuring out what's going on. Why is it this way? Why is funds being used over here versus over there? Why is it we're helping these people but not helping these people? You have to have leadership that's going to do that and be transparent toward the public to say, hey, look, you know, I've been looking into this. This is what I think is going on, and I'm going to investigate into it. And that's what you need. You need leadership that's going to question things, especially when it is questionable. When it comes to right or wrong, you need leadership that's going to be transparent, and you need leadership that's definitely going to stand up, especially when it comes to doing the right thing. And that's something that I've been trying to do the whole entire time, especially through my Facebook page, The Informant, throwing information out there, trying to be as transparent as possible, trying to question the situations that are going on, and trying to figure out who is responsible and who to hold accountable, especially in those situations.
Thank you, Dominic. Was that everyone?
Yep.
Okay. Next question. The current legislature has been criticized for being a rubber stamp legislature for Adelup. If elected to the next Guam legislature, would you pledge to the people of Guam that you would approach your job as a senator in a way where you think critically and you are independent of the administration and able to hold them accountable for their actions? If so, or if not, why? And we'll start with Frank LG. You have 2 minutes to respond to the question starting now.
I came in here I came with a party because I'm already aligned to it, but I'm not in for the party. I'm here to help the people. And that's what been my platform since the very beginning, is that I'm putting myself out. I'm putting myself and my family at risk to come out and help the people. It's not about trying to serve the government. I'm not here to serve the administrative, the front office. I'm here to provide my professional services to the people of Guam. And I hope to be able to do that at the Guam legislature, because that's where we're going to sit down and figure out all the things that we need to prioritize. The front office is not going to be part of that gathering of information and working to get the people safe and the economy back on its feet. And again, so that's my commitment. I'm not influenced at all by the front office, and I tell you that right now.
Thank you, Frank. Dominic, 2 minutes to respond starting now.
Thank you, Chris. I've been saying it on my Facebook page, and I'm going to say it out loud. We need a government for Guam, not a government of Guam. I don't like this idea of rubber stamping things. I don't. Each person should run because they have their own beliefs, they have their own political ideas and thoughts on how they want to help the people of Guam. So we should all have our differences, and and eventually, through discussions and proper debates, we'll eventually come to a consensus and agree with each other, especially on passing bills and so forth. But overall, I don't believe that the whole rubber stamping thing. I disagree with it, and I don't approve of it, and I 100% against it. And I've been saying it on my page, and I'll say it again. We need a government for Guam and not a government of Guam. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. Former Senator Blas, 2 minutes to respond starting now.
Well, I've had a reputation when I was in the legislature before of actually being, and making my position known about the legislature being the separate branch of government. And sometimes that has gotten me in political trouble. But at the end of the day, it was what was right. And it was recognized by all parties. And like Dominic and Frank had said, you've got to separate yourself, because first off, you've got a separate responsibility to the people of Guam. You hold the purse strings. So you've got to be able to hold accountable the administration, the executive branch, for how they're going to spend the people's money. And you can't do that if you're going to constantly kowtow or you're going to answer to the whims of the executive branch. It's not to say that you're not going to be in agreement with them at certain times. That's going to happen, and that needs to happen for us to move forward. But it's that process of getting to there, okay? Like Dominic said, it's not rubber stamping. It's assuring that what you're going to put your stamp of approval on is actually what's right for the people of Guam. And that's what's got to work here. It's interesting that as we speak right now, there's a report that was put out by the National Council of State Legislatures on how the administration is supposed to handle the monies they received to respond to this pandemic. And there were things that were supposed to be transferred over to the legislature in as far as reporting requirements. Why haven't they said anything? You can go to those simple basic stuff. How is this money being spent? That's your responsibility. It's got to be done that way. And it can't be just because the governor says that I want it that you're going to go get it. It's going to you got to ask the questions: the why, what, who, how, and when, so that you can make sure that the money's spent properly. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator. Bree?
Yeah, the pandemic unemployment assistance program, it ends in about 3 months. We've got about 35,000 people unemployed, according to the Department of Labor. We don't have a local unemployment insurance program. What are you going to do if you're elected to help these people that aren't going to have a job come January? We'll start with you, Dominic.
Thank you, Bree. First, we should have done an unemployment program here in Guam ever since. And especially when we started the federal unemployment program, we should have started when then using whatever we can collect out of taxes to start it. You know, a lot of states is very simple. You know, what I believe it's like 1% comes from the employer, 1% comes from the employee, and they put it into the unemployment program, and it's a certain amount of months you could use it, certain qualifications and so forth. There are many examples we can look at from the states to be able to do our own program here in Guam, and we should have done it ever since. The problem with it now is if we try to get started, especially if when the 36 comes into place in January, it's going to be rather difficult to do it without the feds to get it started, to get it rolling, because as you said, you know, what is it, 36,000 plus people that are on unemployment right now. So it's kind of difficult to get it rolling, get it going properly, but we should still get it started anyways. And we should still get that into place so that we can further prevent any more interruptions when it comes to unemployment in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Blas?
Well, yeah, like Dominic said, this is a case of woulda, coulda, shoulda. And we're having this conversation in October. It's 2 months away, and then of course January, 3 months away. And what are we gonna do? The scary part is what's going to be there to be able to do. You know, there's been money that's been sitting in an account that should have gone to the people. There's money that was spent by the government for the government that should have been used to help people get back on their feet. There are a number of things that could be done today that should have been done yesterday, and then we're going to be faced with it tomorrow. And it's going to be a big challenge. It's going to be a huge challenge. It's going to be the greatest challenge of anything else that the 36 Guam legislature is going to have to contend with. Is because, you know, the government to make sure the government is fed. We've got to be able to do something so that we can straighten or fix that balance of what is of what the government should expect from the people and what the people should expect from should be able to expect from the government. And so, as a government, one of the things that we need to do is let's look at how we're spending the money, and maybe turn around and use that to be able to spend on processes, on programs that can get our people back up on their feet. And fortunately, for the three of us, that's not going to happen until January. People have still got tomorrow to have to worry about. That's the concern that we have. And I can share that, I'm sure, with my two other colleagues here, is while we're talking about what we can do in January, it needs to be done today. Thank you.
Mr. Leon Grow.
Yes, I'm next.
Chief.
All right, thanks. Yes, what we need to do is just be very careful in the ahead. I am against spending all the money right now. I'm not going to spend what I have or what I have at home personally. I'm not going to spend it because I'm going to save it for that rainy day. But I think perhaps the government is working in that idea. Rather than spend everything else and not have anything for tomorrow, we should save it. But what I like to do is use whatever money is there and get the that we can sustain ourselves on with the fishing, the agriculture, and stuff like that, so that in the event that we lost money coming in and no more food are coming in and everything, we can survive and hold on to each other and be able to feed each other and stay alive, because we're islanders. We can survive on this island. We're going to lose the economy, but we're going to lose the businesses. And that's the worst case scenario that I'm looking at. But can we do it? Yes, I feel that we can do it, and we can hold together, work together, all of us work together, and get everybody just hold on until this world gets better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Next question, let's talk about corruption. A few candidates in this election are running on a platform of fighting corruption. That being said, in recent memory, when we've had high-profile instances of what could be called corruption, I mean, for example, the case of the DOC guards and the whole meth smuggling operation, when it goes to trial, they end up getting off with a slap on the wrist. In a lot of cases, we haven't seen the Attorney General even bother to try and prosecute what could be called corruption. So if elected as a senator, What would you do to improve the fight against corruption, and why? We'll start with Frank Leon Guerrero. You have 2 minutes to respond to the question, starting now.
Thank you. You're right. We need to address all of the criminal activities on the island, whether it's crystal meth or the smuggling or any illegal activities that's out there. So working together with the judicial system, we need to harden up, put a firmer stance on what's going on, because as we all see, it's a revolving door. No matter what the crime is, we got the corruption, and unless we step up and whether work on the penalties or something to make it more difficult for these people to, something for people just to think about, and so we consider so that we'll take a hard stance on that. So that's something that needs to be addressed really hard and fast. Thank you.
Thank you. Dominic, 2 minutes to respond, starting now.
Thank you. I believe what people need is what I call myself on Facebook, an informant. You need somebody that's going to go in there. They're going to go dig into the files, figure out what's going on, especially when dealing with government corruption, and let the people know what's going on and let the people decide what they want to do with that individual. Election for senators every 2 years, governor every 4 years. The people will decide whether they're going to revote or re-elect these people back into office or not. But you need somebody in there that's going to be transparent, be straightforward, and say, hey, look, I questioned this. This is what they said. This is what I was told. This is what's happening. This is why it's going on. And let the people decide from there. Because they're the ones at the end of the day that decide who exactly gets the position and gets the job. But in order to end the corruption, it also has to go toward the people to vote for the right people to get into office. And that's what I'm hoping for this year. I'm hoping for that change and difference that we all desire, that people come out and they vote based upon the candidate's platform, their personality, who they are, what they stand for, and everything else, rather than connections or because they're family or any of those reasons. So I hope that the change of difference does occur this year, especially on the voter side. And like I said, once you get the 36 under, you need somebody that's going to be transparent and straightforward and tell the people what's going on and let them decide what they're going to do with those elected officials to end corruption. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. Former Senator Blas, 2 minutes to respond, starting now.
Okay, first off, with regard to corruption and should there be any process or anything that the legislature get involved. First off, I firmly believe that there are a sufficient number of laws that are in the books already that can and that does address this whole issue of corruption. Where I find is lacking is a couple things. First off, is the enforcement of the laws and enforcement of the regulations that should govern how and the activities of that government official, whether it be somebody that was elected by the people or somebody that was hired at DOA. There is that process that they have to follow. And it comes down to one of the other things that we talked about earlier, transparency, is being able to have that, making sure that in this government activity, albeit there are some government activities such as in law enforcement and otherwise, where there is that understanding to be and a degree of transparency, there shouldn't be that anywhere else. And if you can continue to promote that need for transparency, the last thing in the world that a criminal wants to do is live in a glass house. But one of the things that we should also expect is that whether you're a government employee, whether you are that person that was just hired by DOE yesterday or that person that was elected by the people of Guam 2 years ago, okay, you live in that glass house, and you've got to make sure that everything you do in that glass house to the standards that the people should expect. And so as a legislation, one of the things that I'd like to be able to do is, okay, these are these laws that we have to deal with transparency and corruption. Okay, are they working? Why aren't they working? What can we do to fix this? I think that's where the legislature can help to deal with this issue. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator. Bree.
The Guam Department of Education started this fiscal year already $15 million short from what they had hoped to receive. I don't even think they've ever met the Adequate Education Act, since it was enacted into law way back when. What do you plan on doing to help our island's education system? We'll start with you, Dominic.
Thank you, Bree. Well, as you said, it's been going on ever since coming up short on the budget. But there are many ways, especially thanks to technology, that we can work within the budget means to be able to improve education overall. I know not everybody has laptops, not everybody has internet and so forth, but we can set up little programs even within the schools to be able to help them do that so they can do online education or to do their assignments online versus handing out and printing out thousands of pages just to hand out homework. There's a million different ways we can utilize the technology out there to be able to help us to improve our education system without pushing the budget any further than where we're already at, especially when we're already being short. And I understand it's difficult. And it's not going to be an easy process. It's going to be a challenge. In office, if I get elected, I definitely want to push more budget toward the education program, because I believe education is one of the most fundamental things that we need, especially when running a society in our community. But nonetheless, because of the current situation, you got to work with what you got, and let's utilize technology into that aspect to be able to promote further education and get our students better education. Thank you.
Chief? Leon Girl, Chief.
That's great. I will support everything that the Department of Education will ask for, and I will support all the agencies that are working together to get the island back in back in its feet. There's one thing I'd like to ask for all the agencies, and most especially the Department of Education, is a plan on how they will deal with this pandemic. You have to understand today, and that's why we're coming in, that the children are going to be exposed, and I know they're saying it already, that why are the schools not open? Because there is a danger that's out there. So that's the plan I'd like to hear from the Department of Education. And that's the plan that I like to see. Tell me what you're gonna do in addressing so we can, the students, so we can get them back safely into the school. Do you need money for computers? Do you need money with the internet? Let's go to the local government. Let's support these other things so we get that education out, because we do need to keep the children educated. Everyone on the whole island needs to be educated. So that's the focus that I like to get in, is that let's do it together. I'll fund you, but let's do it, a plan on how we're gonna do this, because if you're just gonna keep asking me money and not telling me what you're gonna use it for, excuse me, I've got a priority. I gotta keep people alive, and that's our focus. Let's get the people alive, keep them safe and stuff, and these other things. But tell me, DOE, how you're gonna protect the students, how are you gonna protect the educators, how are you gonna protect the educational system? Tell me that, and you got my support. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Next question. What letter grade would you give the 35th Guam Legislature?
Wait, did everybody answer?
I think, did y'all answer?
I don't think so.
Former Senator Frank Blas. You got a good answer, though, right? I'll give you 2 minutes. Okay, Senator, 2 minutes starts now. Go ahead.
I find it very interesting. Here we have the Department of Administration saying they're $15 million short, and then you have Adelup saying, oh, they're allotting to have $29 million surplus. Okay, how does that fit in the scheme in the world that we live in? Okay, if we truly have focus and we have a priority on education, did they have to announce that there's a $15 million shortfall, knowing you had $29 million in excess revenue? That said, though, is that when we talk about providing the resources, I live education every day. I have to sleep next to one every night. Okay, and so I hear not just the horror stories, but the way they persevere, the way they're resilient, and that's what I appreciate about the teachers, as well as the police officers and the firefighters and the nurses. They've learned to have to become resilient and work with what they lack of resources, is being resourceful with what they have. And I've seen that. I see that daily. And So is there a way to be able to make up for the shortfall? Unfortunately, as you've seen over the last fiscal years, that continues to be a challenge. The challenge is to make sure that it doesn't become a challenge anymore. But we should not discount the opportunity and the things that they're all doing, so that to make up for this shortfall, they're resilient and they're becoming resourceful with what they have. You know, that said, one of the things that also really irked me when I'm working with the Azuda Foundation, there's one time I shipped off $4 million of unused books, to the outer islands. And that's $4 million that could have gone into the educational system. But there are processes and things that we can work on so that it doesn't happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Dominic?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, great letter for the...
Wait, did
you answer it
I
already?
started with you. Yes,
Yeah,
that's right.
I got it. See, that part I know.
Okay, good for you.
Everybody done with education.
Hey, it's important.
I know. Okay, guys, it's time for our closing. We had told you in the beginning of this segment, you have a 2-minute closing statement, and we'll go ahead and start with you. Frank LG, 2-minute closing statement starts now.
Hopefully I'll just make this short. And I'm not trying to sell myself as a politician who will promise all these things. The only thing I'm going to promise is I will work for the people of Guam. And it's all my skills, my experience and everything. I am here to give a hand, give people hope that we will move forward, get us through the situation. So I'd like to offer my experience to the people and my expertise working with the legislature, get it in there, get these things done, knock over all these hurdles. Because you know what's happening is a lot of people, you're right, people do not understand what's going on. So hopefully we'll put our good heads together, work together, and that's the promise that we're committed. I want to help. I work for a walk around, and I see Frank, I see Dominic and something, and I said, we're just going to work together. We have to get our people together, work together, hold hands and move forward, get the economy back, get all the people safe and move forward. But I'm here, number 4 on the ballot, and it doesn't matter. Just get me in. I'm here to help you, and that's my commitment. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Dominic, 2 minutes closing statement starts now.
Thank you. I'm Dominic Hernandez, and as many of you know, I'm a new candidate, and I come from the common citizen. Just like many of you, I'm on PUA myself. I understand the frustrations and dealing with the delays and everything else. And despite even what I say on Facebook or I say out loud, especially when it comes to those situations, I feel you on the voices being ignored. And that's why my slogan is standing up for the voices being ignored. And the fact is that, we need people that are going to be in there, that are going to be transparent, that's going to be straightforward to the people. They're going to let you know what's going on. And that's exactly what I've been doing. I share as much information as I can and put it out there for you so you know what's going on, especially on my Facebook page, The Informant. And like I said, despite the fact being a common citizen, I'm going to step up, give every blood, sweat, and tears I can to be able to push forward, progress forward, and help you. And ultimately, that's what I want to do, is help as many citizens as I can for the common good of all. I'm Dominic J. Hernandez, number 3 for the Republican Party. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. Former Senator Blas, 2-minute closing statement starts now.
Well, first off, Chris, Bree, Jason, KOM crew, thank you very much. Frank LG, Chief, Dominic, great to be on this crew with you, this panel with you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And it's an honor and a privilege to be able to stand before, or to sit before you, and actually to ask you and to hear us, but then more importantly, to ask you for your confidence in our candidacy. I came in with the promise of wanting to help to restore the trust, the faith, and the confidence, and the belief that our community should have in its government. These have been trying times, no doubt about it. And like Frank said, while there have been other pandemics that have occurred, this one has been unprecedented. There are a lot of things that we've learned from, and there's a lot of things we should have learned. One of the things that we should have learned, and that we need to continue to learn, is that we are a community, and that we need to speak to each other, communicate with each other, so that we can understand each other. And a lot of times right now, what's happening is with our people is they've lost that trust and that confidence that unfortunately has led to the apathy in some of the directions that is being put out, so that it can help us get through this pandemic. We're not going to recover in that fashion. So we need to be able to rebuild that trust and confidence in our government. And that's what I want to work with. With regard to the economy, I've got a plan. It's called RX5, Guam's prescription for economic recovery. You can find that on my Facebook, on my website, frankblasjr.com, if you want to learn more about this. I want to be able to bring solutions so that we can help to build our island, grow our island, rebuild our island, we can recover from this. My name is Frank Blas Jr. I'm number 7 on the Republican side of the ballot. I humbly ask for your vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Dominic. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Chief.
Thank
Other
you,
friend-
guys.
See you
Take
guys.
care. Bye.
Hey, grab some. We got some pusted on your way out if you guys want to grab.
Oh, guys, I'm sorry. I ate it already.
It was good, right?
Early bird gets the pusted.
Yeah. Chris's grandma's recipe. I know that.
Yeah, you're right. Be safe, guys. Wash your hands.
Stay safe.
All right. Interesting segment. Our candidate interviews will continue throughout the week. That's 9 o'clock every day. Weekdays, actually, on the link, on the Breeze, 93.9. Hey, well, shout out to our partners with Pepsi. You know, we're doing this great Pepsi Pizza Report. And we're also doing this Pepsi Guam Bottling Truly Local on the link giveaway, which we started doing yesterday. And we'll take the first correct caller. Pepsi Guam Bottling is celebrating 52 years on Guam. When did they start bottling on this island? What year?
All you gotta do is call the number
For those of you who can't figure out the
637-0094. The number is 637-0094. Can you read the question one more time?
Yes, Pepsi Guam Bottling started bottling in 52 years ago. What year did they start bottling in Guam? Because I know you guys haven't been in school. You're a little rusty. We'll take the first correct caller. Okay, let me do that here. The link, the Breeze, 93.9. Who's this?
Julie.
Julie. What year did Pepsi Guam Bottling start in Guam?
Is it 1950?
1950. No, it's not. Who is your math teacher? See you, Julie.
Get the calculator out.
The link. Good morning. Who's this?
Hi, this is Stephanie.
Hi,
Stephanie. When did Pepsi Guam Bottling start in Guam? What year?
Is it 1968?
1968! Yes!
Good at math.
Congratulations.
Hey, you get an A.
Yep, and you also get a $30 gift certificate to Pika's and a 2-liter bottle of Pepsi.
Hey.
Congratulations.
Wow, thank you so much.
You are a winner. Okay. Hold on, Kay, and I'll get your info offline.
Thank you so much.
Okay, you got it. Hey, it's 10:05. Good job today, Bree.
Good job.
Good job, Joe, sir. Good job, Jason Solis, Kengineer, our team in Master Control, taking care of us while we're on KUAM TV.
Thank you to our candidates that came on and all of our guests, but more importantly, thank you for watching, listening, and streaming.
Yes, thank you guys so much for your support. Like I always say, we have the best listeners, we have the best viewers, we have the best people on this island. So let's do it together. 10:06, we're KUAM FM in Agatnia, Guam. Anything in closing you want to throw out here, Bree, while I look for a closing song?
No, just to remind everybody, you know, we, as Dr. Hoa said, we are the front line, and I think that's also what former medical director of public health, Dr. Jana Menglotnya, said, that we are the frontliners. And so we need to protect ourselves and protect our families by wearing a mask, practicing social distancing, and just being smart about the choices you make when you go out. So please, we're in this together.
There you go.
And the numbers do
Keep
not
rising.
look good.
Yeah, because you guys aren't doing what we got to do. That's why we got to tell you guys every day, let's do what we got to do. Let's mask up, social distance. You're safer at home. I know you can do everything. We're practically open, but you're safer at home.
That's right. Stay healthy, everybody. Thanks so much.
All right. My name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Thank you guys again. Link fam. Esta gupa. Adios.